Hey there, everybody. Just a quick little thing in here right before the whole sesh gets started. Basically, last episode, uh, I forgot to keep recording when we took a break. Fortunately, that break was towards the end, so a lot of like the roleplay and things that are found out aren't totally missed. And double whammy. This newest episode, I forgot to record the recap. So, like, it. Yeah. Essentially, like, the standing bear would find out that like these masks that the quarantine men that were going throughout Winshire were tampered with, and they end up kind of getting an idea that the Empire, like the army that is there from Urim, may or may not have some collusion with outside forces that don't align with the party, and we're kind of picking up. The session essentially starts off with everybody being like, what are we going to do about this? So, not a lot of time has been passed, but enough for the continuity to not necessarily line up 100%. So, with that out of the way, enjoy.
Our best plan moving forward is to try to get, what is his name? Um, Philip Maury? Is that his name? No, that's the contact
That's
in
that.
Europe.
Yeah, no, Philip is the captain that you guys met back in Urim.
Yeah.
I don't think you guys got the name of the individual that you were dealing with primarily going in and out of the city. Or town, I should say. It's not a city.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
If we're not able to get him to follow us into the forest to have a conversation, our best plan going forward is to try to have this meeting in his tent at night. If we need to force
Aye.
information out of him, we must. But I would prefer not to make enemies with Urim.
I agree.
This isn't exactly my area of expertise. If any of you have experience within subterfuge, it'd be very helpful right about now.
Spying.
When he says sun,
Be me, I didn't know what that meant.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm more meaning we need to get answers out of somebody without giving away our position. Or doing things in a stealthy enough way to where we can get out if things get hairy.
I can definitely give it a shot.
and my character, well, Troxy's pretty sick right now, but I mean, she can always transform into a rabbit or something very small to get in and out.
My only plan going forward is using Zone of Truth on the captain. But that takes 10 minutes to cast.
Why not? I have an idea. How about we sneak into his, or even waltz into his tent, tie him up, gag him, I turn him invisible, and we walk out like we have nothing on us.
That's a good enough plan.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That's pretty cool.
It's just like one of those magician movies, thief movies when they're explaining their plan and it has the cool music and
Sure.
the cut scenes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the idea, yeah.
And
But
we'll walk out looking empty-handed. No one knew a thing.
But let's look at this from all angles, though. Assuming that this goes wrong, where, for whatever reason, we have to stop to talk to a guard, or... I would hate for this to be our initial plan going in, because if it fails, we are caught with our pants down.
What if we knock him unconscious and turn him invisible? Then he can't make any noises.
It's fair.
Weren't we gonna originally move him away from the camp?
Well, I would like to do that if possible, if we can get him to meet us in the woods at our camp.
How about that be plan B if talking him into it doesn't work?
I agree. I think that's a fantastic plan B, but I don't know. There's too many risks associated with that to have it be our primary objective.
Catch Fia
Well,
up
I
on
remember
plan
that
A.
you guys were gonna use Proxy as bait because of her, because she's very sick right now, and you guys were going to ask him to confirm if it's the disease.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, that was the plan. I remember. I don't know who brought it up yet last time, but that was the plan. I remember.
Also, can someone catch Fia up to plan A? She didn't hear the plan A part.
Yeah, so essentially what the plan is going forward, we're going to either try to coax him into coming to our camp to speak about our plans and what more detail of what we found, and also to show our sick, and proceed to, restrain him, cast Zone of Truth, and force him to tell us what happened, and what his deal is. And then plan B is to turn him invisible after knocking him out, and proceeding to the rest of plan A.
I think to try and get him to come to us, we could just say something like, we're worried about going closer to the town again. And we all feel freaked out, so we want him to come to us, type thing.
Might work.
Also, real quick, Troxy and Endless, right now, I mean, you definitely, for example, Troxy, the fever that you had, come on with, just, suddenly, has mild down. You do kind of have the sniffles. Endless, same deal. I mean, you can kind of feel a little bit of phlegm in your throat and that sort of weird crusty action going on in your eye. But as a mechanical, detriment, going forward, if I call for a con save while you guys are within Winshire because of the environment, you guys are just going to be rolling at disadvantage. That's all that will mean.
Okay. With Troxy being in bear form, would she be more foaming at the mouth at all, like that, thick saliva?
I mean, I think that's just what it would look like if you're in bear form. If you transformed into a bird, you would look like a sickly bird. You know what I mean?
Okay, go, because she's in bear form, so I just wanted
Right.
to.
Yeah. So yeah. You can have a little bit. A little bit of foam in the mouth, maybe, and then maybe your little tail nub is pointing down, or whatever.
Well,
I have an idea.
let's hear it.
How about this? Since you are medically inclined, how about Inglis and Troxy stay here, and you seek to provide care for them? Me and Fia will rush to the administrator, tell them that you are here caring for the two sick individuals, and see if you can come confirm the diagnosis.
Honestly, that seems pretty honest.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
But let's think of what could go wrong here. So you two go off. I think this is the most sound plan we have so far. But what if you can't get him to come with you? Is that when you proceed to cast invisibility, or should we think of another way?
Whiteboard.
If he doesn't come with us, then we could wait till nighttime for plan B.
Okay. If you two are comfortable with this.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Proxy, she's gonna sit down.
Okay. Well, I will start preparing an area, and I'll wait back to hear from you two.
Okay.
So, as the Fellowship branches off, Party A stays behind to tend to its wounds as the arm reaches out for your next target. So, we're gonna take a look at what's going on, Zafril. As you see Fia and Raiden start to walk off towards the towards the direction of the front of the gate. You see Troxy and Endless. Endless, do you want to be sitting down or are you kind of standing up? What are you doing?
Yeah, we'll be kind of sitting down, kind of just hunched over.
Troxy, what about you?
Proxy's just sitting there, like, panting hard with that, like, fake saliva foam. She's having a hard time.
Zafra, you think that probably starting a fire would be a good idea?
Yeah, I'm going to start a fire and boiling some water to get it sterile.
Okay. And over the next, 15 minutes, you're able to get a fire started, no problem. And the water, not boiling now, is soon to be ready.
At this point, I just start preparing some cloth, a clean area, maybe clear off a stump that they can sit on or something.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So let's start talking about what we're going to do once he's here.
Troxy, you see Zafril made his way to the stump. It looks like a tree that was cut down probably a season or two ago. Because of the freshness of the stump, it's about 1.5 feet off the ground, a perfect stool size. So yeah, clunk.
Yeah, she bears on, sits on it, and just they're panting.
We need to try to make sure that forcing the information out of him is our last resort. I don't want to have to kill a potentially innocent man.
She lets out a small growl, roar in agreement.
Let me take a look. As I continue conversation, I start checking out the different pores in the skin and applying some clean water to bandages and just wiping off excess infection. And I'm going to cast lesser restoration with one of my prayer beads.
I will allow a medicine check if you would rather.
Sure.
But if you want to avoid the roll, I'll let you cast lesser restoration.
Yeah, for medical.
I'll try a medical check first. I've got a pretty high medicine.
All right, go for it.
That is a 19.
Damn.
After doing your standard, bink, 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 bink of a list of things to check and to sort of nurture, you get the impression, I don't know necessarily how to say this basically, if they were to take a short rest, you think that they would probably be able to sort of shunk off this sort of whatever they got going on.
Like I say, I don't want this situation to escalate more than it already has. If he truly is involved and we're able to get information out of him, that's fine. But we need to try to do it in a subtle way. From what it sounds like, this man is relatively weak of soul. That's what it seems. The presence that Fia had described from this other woman, he could be just doing this out of fear.
Proxy will transform back to herself. I think you're right. Peace is always the first and often for anything.
I understand.
At this point, Endless, you're tunked up onto the stump. Continue. And please make another medicine check.
Yep. That one is a 15.
Same deal. And what I didn't say earlier. Because of the amount of time that is probably going to pass, it won't be considered a short rest. But because of your successful check and because of Endless's successful check, you can. We'll just say, you mother them back to perfect health.
Okay. If you are still feeling ill by the end of the night, just let me know. We'll try some more drastic measures, but I think you two should pull out just fine.
You're not gonna cut off a foot, are you, Doc?
Zafriel,
to
how many
say-
feet have you cut off before?
As far
What?
as amputations, I'd say he's probably done at least 4 on the field.
Wow, okay.
But all that work was mainly done in the celestial plane.
Okay.
So,
Proxy just. Oh,
as you three sit there, about a half an hour has passed, and the sun has finally been able to hit a point where, like, it's like diffused sunlight, sunset light, if that makes sense, and endless. You're proficient in perception, aren't you?
And what?
Perception?
I think I am.
You are?
No, I am not.
Okay, Troxy, actually.
I am.
You look out, because you're not in more of the dense forest of Leavenwood, you can see out in the horizon, if you look in a sort of south direction, you can see what looks to be like a and it's hard to say what like, at first you think it's a wall, but like if it was a wall, that would be like crazy. But like you can see like clear out there, like because of the elevation of Winshire, you can just glance down all these hills and you just see like what looks to be, from your perception, an inch tall wall that stretches across the horizon, and you're just barely getting it because this point in the sunset is gleaning enough direct sunlight onto it that you can just kind of get a piece of it.
Proxy will just kind of sit there and she'll squint her eyes for a minute, and she'll kind of like get up from her stump and walk past Zafriel with like that hunch as like she's looking forward. That's not right. She'll turn Zafriel, sir. I think I need to go.
Oh,
down
by the
a
way,
couple."
this wall is like hundreds of miles away. It's like at least 200, 300 miles away. You're just barely seeing it on the horizon. This isn't something like you just go check out. You know what I'm saying? It's
Oh,
like
no,
well
yeah.
beyond Winshire. Okay, just making sure.
If I don't even see what you're talking about.
There's a wall, like hundreds of miles. I can only estimate hundreds of miles away. I don't know what it is, but it's massive.
If you can see a wall from that far away, it must be monstrously large.
I mean, it would take time, but I could go check it out and come back and report. But I'd be gone for a while.
Would I know anything of this?
Make a history check.
That's a 7.
You know, to be honest, not even just because you're not from this plane of existence. History, if it's tied to religious text, you're pretty savvy. But when it comes to things outside of that context, it's hard to say. And even if it was related, like nothing's scratching the brain.
We'll keep this in the back of our minds. I don't think this is anything of huge consequence right now. Maybe once everything is settled here and we have no other leads, we'll go check it out.
If you think so, I mean, I could do the travel. I would be gone for a while, but I could scout it out and come back with intel.
It would be days.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, just making sure.
If we find any other pressing matters that are related to that wall, I will send you out. But we need you here, Troxy.
She nods her head. Agreed.
we cut to Raiden and Fia. Just
I'm gonna need to pop out for just a sec here.
Okay.
Maybe about 10-15 minutes.
all right, that's fine. So Raiden and Fia. It takes you about 15 or so minutes to jump back to the front of this illusory barrier wall. As we're walking up, can you sort of like describe your demeanor or how you're carrying yourself as you sort of chunk, chunk, chunk throughout the forest line?
Yeah. So Raiden's just carrying himself real, noble-like, I would say. He's very warrior-like in how he has a very intimidating presence. Like he's like a warrior in that way, but he's still regal. He stands with a straight posture, with his head held high, and his little top hat like straightened on.
Do you have your homunculus following you at the moment?
He rides. He's
Oh,
too
okay.
little to catch up.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fia looks like she's trying to be casual, but she's also like walking with a purpose. So like with a swift pace, but like not like angrily, just in a casual way.
And as you guys make your way, eventually, you come upon the same site, except now, the two large sort of like cargo wagon-like convict carrying like buses that you would imagine, are no longer there. They're probably out getting more people to bring who are sick potentially. You do see though that a tent has been constructed outside of the wall, near the area where you had initially talked to the individual. Make perception checks.
That's a 25, nat 20.
Oh wow,
I know. It's like, wow.
What about you, Fia?
I'm pretty sure mine's just a 12, but I'm double checking if my perception has any. Yeah, it's just a 12.
Okay. Fia, as you sort of scan the small crowd of people, there seems to be what looks like maybe a handful of individuals, 10 at most, that you can get a quick count of. 3 of them seem to be soldiers that are still like wearing their uniform, which at these soldiers seem to be, whether there's not a lot of gold coming through their portion of where they're fighting, or be it the location, they're wearing mostly like leathers, and like some of them have some chainmail, but the rest, the 7 or so that you do see, are like what you imagine like guards that have now got off work. They see a bunch of like elves and humans that are just sort of in casual raggedy clothes. Raiden, on the other hand, as you guys get a little bit closer, starting to get to the point where any closer and someone might say, hey, what's going on? You hear the distinct voice of the individual that you're looking for coming from inside of the tent. You don't necessarily overhear the conversation he might be having, but you hear him say, "What?" And it just barely catches your bony little eardrums. I'll say, as you guys are now approaching the camp area where these guards are pointed at.
Okay. Raiden will turn and head for the tent he heard that coming from.
Fia, you see Raiden beelining it for this tent that's been put up that wasn't here the last time you left. Do you want to follow on foot?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow him.
Make actually, as you guys go to the tent, the flap is not like held open, so you sort of like open up your arm with the flap. As you enter, the tent itself is like, you know, how tall are you, Raiden? Aren't you pretty tall?
Yeah, he's 9 feet tall.
Oh, actually, you actually wouldn't be able to fit in the tent. The tent's only like 7 feet tall, so like, it's. I don't know what to say.
yeah. He'll just open the flap and stand outside.
As
and
you
just kind of like crouch down.
As you open the flap, Fia, you see like you instantly realize like, oh fuck, I'm traveling with a 9-foot like mech man. And he just sort of bends the knee and opens the flap, and you just see suddenly the gentleman who seems to like be wearing like a white, like the like essentially what it's a wife beater, and it looks kind of yellow, like maybe he hasn't washed it in a week or two, and it's kind of tucked in, but the top of it is untucked, and you can kind of see some gross belly hairs flopping out and curling up over. You see his sweaty complexion has increased ever more because of the heat of this sunset. You see he's just like constantly having to sort of wipe his forehead with a handkerchief, and he and he like pushes a plate of food away and like does like a quick like let me get rid of all this shit sort of movement as he looks at the two of you. Can I just have 1 minute, please? Just
Yeah, we'll meet you outside.
and he like turns around as do you close the flap?
Yeah, I'll just assume he's gonna meet us up.
No. He just kind of sits there squatting with the flap open.
And much like a embarrassed sixth grader is to change in the gym locker room, you watch as a like fully grown man like almost like shamefully put like some clothes on, and like he pulls over like a vest, and he only buttons up like 3 buttons, dipping each other one. As he turns around, he even like did it in the wrong orientation, so part of the shirt is like further up than the other part of the shirt. He turns around and like starts stuffing that part of his vest that he put on into his pants. Okay, all right, and he busts out of the tent. Everyone, take like a fucking break. I don't know, just get lost. And they all the 10 men that you saw earlier, Fia, just sort of like make shit remarks to themselves and a couple comments back to the individual, and they all sort of slowly disperse further back behind this tent, and you see that there's like a single row of like 1 person pitched tents essentially. And in the next 2 minutes you have the floor. You are alone with this individual. In fact, because there's no more commotion, because of the proximity of the gate that you stand near, you can hear sobs and like people in pain from inside of the city. It's hard to hear, but you know, it fills the space. This individual
Pardons for the
for it.
indecent exposure. We just have a matter of most importance.
Yeah, buddy. This whole thing is a huge ordeal, man. I don't think I was the right guy for the job.
Well, he might be. Our other comrades that came into the infected area with us, they seem to be ill, and I'm not sure, and neither is the rest of us, if they are either coming down with a common illness or what is happening here, and we would rather your more experienced eyes take a look to make sure.
You see his face was shocked with panic and like concern, But the moment you asked him to, like, help, he's just like, make a persuasion check.
Okay. Dude, the dice are loving me today. Dude, that's a 15 plus 4. Oh, yeah, maybe. 15 plus 4, 19?
He looks really tied between two sort of dualities that must exist in his mind at the moment. He looks over at you, Fia, and looks back over at you, Raiden. Puts his head in his hand. Look, it's so important that I stay right here. I can't leave. If I left and something happened, I don't want to deal with what that might even mean, guys. Look, I appreciate what you did for me in there. Like, it's unfortunate that my men are dead, but like, I can't leave. You gotta understand.
Is there anyone else you could put in charge? Like 20 minutes?
You mean those fucking idiots? No. They don't even know how to count. And you hear one person say, "Fuck you!" way in the back. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you want to bring them to me, I have the equipment. I can stay here to, I won't become infected. So if you want to bring them to me, I can help, but sorry. And you see, when he says sorry, can you both roll an insight check?
Sure. I wasn't a 2. She told me I would roll a 2.
Yes,
That's a 15.
15? What about you, Fia?
18.
You do, Raiden, you do pick up on the micro expression. But not enough to put a tongue on it. Fia, as you look at him, as he says sorry, he does a sort of micro-expressive, snakish smirk. And it's just a little bit of a curl of the side of the lip. And in that moment, you take the snapshot of this man as you see him incorrectly buttoned his shirt that's like lousily like tucked into his trousers, sweating with this like awful pencil stash. And now that you're this close talking to him, you start to see that he has like this large pimple that's like maybe 1/8 of an inch wide. It's pretty big, and it's just like it's a Suvius. But you get that bead as he says sorry. But like I said, guys, if you bring them here, I can help, but I can't leave. And he just does this sort of like, what would you guys like to do?
I'm letting you take the lead here for you.
Oh boy. I'm gonna grab him by the shirt and say,
You just fucking grab him by the scruff of his shit. He's just and he kind of coughs because he was like in the middle of clearing his throat.
okay, buddy boy, you're gonna come check us out because we helped you, and because we helped you, they're sick, and you're coming, whether you like it or not.
Please roll an intimidation check.
13.
I have a thing for this. Hold on. I believe. Let me look.
Let me come to this conclusion of the roll. As you grab him by the scruff of the shirt, the initial act of the aggressiveness of your approach really threw him off guard, and in a sense kind of whoa. But then he gets this resurgence of confidence as he just looks at you square in the eye as you hold him close to your face. Fucking make me. And he just spits on your cheek.
I have my eyes light up with fire and I start burning a shirt.
Did you want to do something, Raiden, as she does this?
Yeah, I have a Flash of Genius. I can add +5 to her ability checks.
Make another intimidation check, but +5 because of flash. What does it look like when you use it?
God, I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe,
how would you describe it? I don't know.
For right now, I'm just gonna say it's just my character's imposing effect helps her for right now. I'll think of a better one sooner.
No, that works. That's totally fine.
28.
As you tighten the grip around his scruff, as you do this, you watch a button pop off and fly. You watch it even catches fire as it sort of turns into an ember before it hits the ground. This fire is hot. As you pull him even closer, you watch as Raiden, you notice embers backlight the back of her eyes as his shirt is now nearly caught on fire. Holds him in close, and he just okay, fuck my post, let's go, and he just starting to yell, but contain the volume of his voice as much as he can as he pats out his shirt. Do you still hold on to him?
I'll let him go and let the flame go, but I'll hold on to his wrist.
Right, yeah, so right as you let go, because he was anticipating you holding his weight, he falls back and you catch him by the wrist and he just sort of dangles for a bit and as he gets up, pats out the rest of the flame, his shirt's destroyed. And he just looks at you, dude, he just sort of removes his arm. I'm not a child. Let's go. And he starts to walk.
I'll have Raiden lead the way, and I'll follow behind the guy. Oh, and
Alright.
What's your name? We never caught your name. I'm Fia.
Stefan! My name is fucking Stefan! And he just keeps walking.
Okay, I follow him.
Raiden just leads out towards the camp.
As you get back, we'll say this about this time, it's about 6:30, 6 o'clock. And Zafriel has finished making the treatments to both Troxy and Endless, and at this point, all three of them are eating the little snacks from their rations around the fire. As you three, in a solitary line, show up into the part of camp, and you see 2 tents have been put up, and you also notice the huge... Oh wait, no, all the caravans and all that shit's back in Leavenwood, I forgot.
Yeah, Roxy's just sitting next to Gilgamesh, next to the fire.
One thing I want to point out to Fia and to Raiden. After asking him his name, he remained completely silent and looked at the ground the whole time. He didn't ever look up to see, to check in with either of you, as a person, and since then has been avoiding pretty much all forms of eye contact, even going so far to not look at people entirely.
As we walk up,
here's the camp. You go.
And as we walk up, I say, "This is Stefan. He didn't want to come. So we made him, and here he is."
And that's the first time he looks up, and no insight check needed. If you want to be checked out, fine, you don't pick up on it. But in that moment, when he looks up, you know when, what is, David Tennant's character in Harry Potter called again? What's his name?
The mouse guy?
No.
Artie Crouch.
Yes.
Of course, you know.
Junior.
So
this man's a wizard.
So there's this look when he when Harry Potter finds out that he's been drinking a polyjuice potion this whole time. He does this sort of he whips up his face and bites and hisses out his tongue a little bit. You know what I mean? He has this very aggressive sort of hiss as he looks up to the rest of the group as his name is now announced to the Fellowship of the Standing Bear. He stands there, and at this point, you guys have sort of walked into the center of camp, not necessarily right by the fire, and you see him now look up towards the sky, look down towards something written down on some paper that he has on his person, puts it back down. "Look, guys, I can't be gone for too long. Where the fuck are your sick people?" And he stands there like a little Karen folding his arms.
I point to Troxy and Englis, and I say, our doctor healed them up a little bit, so they look a little bit better than they did before, but I just want to make sure they don't have...
Yeah.
At this point, Raiden is preparing his web spell.
Okay, what do you want the trigger to be?
Um,
Are you holding it, as an action? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, he's basically preparing to just kind of bind him up. So I guess as soon as he sees Zafiro or something, maybe.
Okay. He says, "Well, come on, I literally don't have all day. And he, that's the first time he looks very nervous, but then goes back to the temperament of, "I'm pissed." Endless. He sits you down, and unlike Zafril, is very unforgiving with his touch and his examination, and it's like the treatment that Patrick wanted from the doctor, but it's with that SpongeBob, he wanted a nice little treatment, but then it was fuck, never mind. I'm getting lost in my references. Basically, he's fucking rough, and he's like an old dentist that just needs to retire. He looks at you. God. He smells your breath. You look just fine. God, Troxy, he sits you down. He looks.
Troxy, seeing how rough he treated Angles when he came to Roxy, she kind of jumped back away from him.
He even just takes a quick glance at you. Looks back at Endless. Looks back at the rest of the group, and now his temperament shifts. He still is angry, but he starts to get the body language of that of a cornered animal, just slightly. It's enough for everyone to pick up on as he sort of stands there. "Hey, these two don't look fucking sick to me. What's going on here?" As he starts to he doesn't pull out his sword, but he just kind of puts his hand on his waist, and he kind of takes a couple steps back.
They were sick when we left, and they got sick after going into the village, and we didn't think that they had exactly what they had in the village, but we just wanted to make sure you hadn't seen it before. And our doctor was looking at them by the time we came back, so I don't know what all was done.
Proxy will kind of nervously just like think that we can't have him running, and she immediately casts Earthbind on him.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting.
Oh, okay. What's the save?
The save is gonna be let me see here. It's let me see here. Attack, save, strength 13.
Right as he puts his hand on his sword on his hip, you reach out with your hand and you watch as, like, Avatar style, 4 different pillars of earth sort of come out from the ground in a crisscross pattern, hoping to sort of snarl his legs together. But whether it was the suddenness or pure luck, the shifting of his leg breaks one of the stones and he's able to pass your DC. But as he looks over to you after casting that spell, I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! And he starts fumbling on his person, trying to, like, grab something else on his person. If you want to cast web, now's the time, my friend.
Yeah, I was going to, yeah.
What do you want it to look like as you cast?
He just sprays, like, out from under his wrist, like, Spider-Man style, just this foam, like silly string, kind of.
Okay,
and
cool.
It's like a sticky web substance.
What's the save?
Dex 16.
That is a natural 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Right as he shifts off of his of the earthbind that he broke from, he goes to try and pull his sword out, but in the midst of that gets webbed up and it sort of shoots him next to part of the tree that he was standing near, and you see, like, one of his arms is up and his other arm is sort of on his sword where he was trying to attempt to get his sword out. The sword is still half unsheathed, but he's now glued to the fucking tree. Hey! Hey! And he just starts yelling, I need anyone!
I cast silence.
Oh! And instantly he just... And he starts to realize he can't even hear himself. And then he just starts to struggle. And then can't... And then there's like a period of like a minute and a half that you guys watch. And this minute and a half is long as you watch this honestly not aging well human male struggle like a baby in an adult's arms trying to get free. And eventually you see him take a couple deep breaths.
I dropped the spell.
I can just see Jeffrey just climbing down from the tree above
Oh!
him. I can just see it.
Yeah, do you want Jeffrey to do something endless?
Wendy.
It's a positively. In fact, I want Angus to do that, I want Jeffrey to do just that. Just kind of like come down, but like really, like slow and maniacal. Like it's uncomfortable for everybody to watch.
Yeah, in fact, the web of the tree, you don't even see it move because of how delicately that Jeffrey can move his individual appendages. As he slides up right above the head, Stefan has not even noticed that Jeffrey is there, as he feels a little bit of goop slide on his eyebrow, and he can't even wiggle it off because of how viscous it is. As he looks up, he sees Jeffrey lit up with 4 eyes on either side of its head and saliva dripping from its sort of little spangs. He just is terrified. He can't even scream.
What was his name?
Stefan.
Stefan.
Hold on, Troxy's gonna do something.
When he looks up at Jeffrey, Troxy takes the moment while he's distracted to turn into another spider, and climb up and just like be like at his torso, and she's just gonna start making clicky noises. Gonna chitter. She's gonna chitter.
Okay, I'm just going to roll right now just to see how creeped out he is. He's pretty creeped out, guys.
Stefan, you stand before the Fellowship of the Standing Bear, and you must repent for your sins.
He is fucking terrified right now.
He chitters.
We found many things going on inside of the city, and you're going to explain what's going on right now, as I begin to cast Zone of Truth.
Okay, I want you're spearheading the role, but everyone has contributed to this moment more or less. So roll an intimidation check, but add a +10 because of the party's efforts.
Ooh, that's gonna be a good one. Okay, that is 27.
He sits there silent, like the terrified sort of expression dissolves pretty quickly. A moment after you finish your declaration. And his composure over the next 10 minutes, because of the casting of your spell and the combination of this intimidation, has changed his demeanor to that of, like, for example, in the 1800s, when someone was waiting in a prison cell to be hung in the morning, the hours leading up to their death, they reach this moment of peace and acceptance because they know what is coming. And this man has accepted death, and that's like the demeanor he now has throughout his body language, as much as you can get with him being webbed to a tree.
Once the casting time is finished, he needs to make a charisma saving throw.
Okay, I'm gonna make that roll. I'm gonna just go grab another beverage. BRB.
I tell you what, if he says that he's in on it, and he's killed these people, Troxy's gonna eat him as a spider. Like,
Yeah, can we have both like Jeffrey and Troxy just like rip him in half and each one eat a side?
So far, this is the only lead that we have thus far getting any information.
you know,
If we're gonna kill this motherfucker, we have to make sure we get every ounce of
100%.
knowledge.
Oh yeah, me and Troxy can just like slowly start taking off limbs.
Well, I was thinking that we just start draining him from his insides. How they do?
Oh yeah, start liquefying.
Because they basically, what spiders do is they turn things into like liquid smoothies on the
Yeah,
inside, and they
like
start
soup.
drinking it.
Real quick, before
So,
sorry, go, please, Evan, please.
so Raiden just pulls out like a little notebook, but he's just scribbled like his hypotheses, his thoughts, and he's like, let me see, and he just kind of flips pages. So let's see, you have runes on the masks and tents infecting people. You talked to some random woman that we don't know about 1,500 people under a full moon. And let's see, what else have you committed? Oh yes, mass infection of a pandemic of unknown origin.
Right as he looks at you,
What say you?
he starts to, oh, sorry everybody. As you ask that question, he almost manifests an answer within his throat, but there's a hesitation. What's your DC?
14.
14? It's a charisma
Is it-
save?
Yes.
Oh, that's going to be 10 straight.
Hold on, sorry, 1 second.
You watch as that hesitation in his throat. I don't know what. Are you accusing me of something? I'm just supposed to watch these people.
Right when he says that, she just like has her two fangs come up, and then she like brings them down on him like she's gonna stab him, but just stops right like as she touches his like chest, and then she just kind of like presses kind of hard, but not to pierce his skin, and then she just kind of drags him down, and then does it again.
You just see he is not reacting well to this stimulus, and in fact, you do see parts of his tucked-in shirt are now, he's not profusely bleeding, but you do see blood starting to gather near some of the puncture wounds. Oh shoot! Hold on.
So, did he fail the check? Sorry.
Yes, he failed the check.
Okay.
And he just sits there. Hey, okay, all right. If you need to know something, please, just ask me. I just stop, and you go for another crunch, and
Troxy, that's enough.
you hear like skin break in a way that like maybe it was a little bit more than intentional. And he really squints and flexes with that one, but honestly can't move because he's glued.
If you are able to cooperate and tell us all that we need to know, and vow your silence, I will heal your wounds.
I would highly recommend that you cooperate, otherwise next time you're going to start losing fingers.
Proxy will.
Go ahead. No, please.
Proxy will stop doing the thing after Zephyriel said enough, but she'll make that clicking spider noise as she kind of slightly goes down.
First
Jeffrey
off,
is like salivating.
we'll make this easy for you. Let's start off. Who was that woman you were speaking with?
Oh, come on, guys. Please. No. Ask me anything else. Please. And he just sits there.
She does the
We are hunting Radagast. Tell us who she is.
I won't do it.
Jeffrey, eat a finger.
Okay. You know what? It's just going to happen. It just happens. Which finger do you want it to be?
And
Take a left pinky.
Okay. Troxy, you're adding to this?
Troxy, yeah, she's gonna like kind of like turn upside down so her butt thing is in his face, and she's gonna just like stab both of her things in his calf, and she's gonna start draining the muscle. Like she's gonna start injecting it the solution that melts it and starts sucking his calf until it's just skeleton, and, like flesh wrapped in skeleton.
It just okay. Christ. Okay. That's pretty extreme. We'll say because of the poison or whatever that you got, it definitely has some sort of deterioration sort of effects. Maybe not so much it goes down to everything just bone, but as he screams out in pain, he just like, and actually because of that sudden boost of adrenaline, because of the pain, he's actually able to like move his left arm that was on his sword, but with that amount of exertion, it just kind of goes back up on his chest, but more like in this position now instead. Okay, all right, okay. And he just looks up at his hand, and his hand is just covered in blood, missing a pinky. And he just sees like Jeffrey continuing to sort of gnarl on it like a bad piece of jerky. Fia, what are you doing in this moment?
I'm just watching. I'm waiting to see how he responds to this woman thing because I'm the one who saw it. So if he keeps resisting, I'm gonna persist.
Okay. Fia takes a sort of stoic approach as she sort of like takes in the situation. And you see now he is like, now he did have a sweaty complexion, but now you really see bullets just coming down the sides of his forehead. Yeah, okay. All right. I don't know her by her name. I just have been told to call her the professor. And all we're trying to Zafra, you can sense through this divine energy that he wants to lie right now, and he can't, and that's why he's stuttering. And he just like eventually realizes like that he like can't lie, and then
You are under the graceful watch of Cord. You are unable to lie in this moment.
he just like looks up. Okay, let's start over. What do you want to know about the professor?
Why are Urim guards being sent to huddle all these people inside of this town?
We
What
know
is
it
the
has
purpose?
something to do with the full moon, and you need a certain number.
Oh, you guys are on the moon too? Look, don't ask me any questions about the fucking moon. I don't know what's going on with that shit. All I was said, all the deal was that. And he like comes up to that brick wall again.
He hisses.
And
Oh,
and he just comes up to that wall, and Zafriel, with your experience of this spell, and Fia, with your experience of interrogation, this is the moment where like they just like he's gotten to the point where like he wants to say it, but because it compromises his character, he can't. So that little last persuasive budge is going to be needed, because you see him struggling to come out with any sort of answer that seems direct.
Okay.
Raiden walks up to the guy and puts his fist straight into the center of his abdomen and tells Troxy to step off of him.
Proxy, she'll climb to the side of the tree
Okay.
where
So-
his sword arm is, and
Right.
she's gonna get ready.
Okay.
He just tases the shit out of him.
Do you stop?
Yeah, he stops and then casts Cure Wounds.
And like you just see like where his skin is kind of charred black a little. But the instant relief of the cure wounds is like confusing to him, and he just kind of sits there in a state of panic. Fia, did you want to jump in on this?
We know you're not telling us the full truth. Just tell us what's going on.
Do you want that to be intimidation or a persuasion check?
Um,
Because I can see it going either way.
I'll do intimidation, and I'll have my flames in my eyes, and I'll get really close to his face.
As you see, as you walk closer to Raiden, now holding him in his large mechanic gauntlet, nearly consuming most of this gentleman's chest. As you get closer, please roll an intimidation check, but with advantage because of Raiden's shocky shock.
Shocker man.
Shocker.
I like that this torture session is a group effort.
Hell yeah.
25.
Once more, getting a gaze into the fiery abyss that can be your eyes at times. Like, almost like a stare from Ghost Rider. He just looks at the two of you, looks over your shoulder, Troxy, back at you, Zafriel. Okay. As long as you can promise my safety, I'll tell you whatever you want.
I swear on my word as a knight of Cord.
He takes one deep breath, and after a moment, leans in. Okay. I don't know what this business is about the moon. I don't know who the professor is. I know she's a very scary woman. And you watch him shiver in his boots for just a second all I was supposed to do was accept shipments of people who maybe weren't sick. That's all. Not a lot. Just a few every day.
Proxy just clicks and hisses with anger.
And he just winces in fear.
Do you know where I can find the professor?
No, but, and he looks up, and at this point, the sun is still lighting the sky, but has left the view of any of you, and is now just sort of dispersing throughout the trees. He looks up, nervous. I don't know where you can find her. She contacts me, and all I know is she's going to be here. Well, a day and a half. And he looks up at the sky as the sun sets.
Well, we may need to keep you alive for some cooperation in the next coming days, then.
Yes.
And right then and there, Troxy starts just webbing him. Everything but, like, his face.
Wait, no, wait. God! You see his face, like, just like he's like wearing a reverse scuba mask. He looks nervously, like, unable to move the muscles in his cheek. You can just see his eyes almost kind of like glazed open because of the way his eyebrows were expressed as he was wrapped. You're gonna let me go, right? Yeah. I am a captain. I must return to my post.
Proxy just, one of the little things just like gently on the side of his face as she just clicks.
Everybody, let's have a talk.
She hops off.
Jeffrey, watch over him.
You just hear him sort of like quietly like cry to himself. You guys
Don't worry.
You guys
Jeffrey
sort
likes
of
cuddles.
he just kind of and Jeffrey gets closer and kind of like on his body as if to eat him. You guys sort of walk, a respectable amount of distance away by the fire, to have some privacy to speak.
Thank you for your efforts, everybody. It seems like we are limited on options here. We can't let him go back, otherwise the professor could find out what's going on. I don't want to kill this man. It seems that my observation earlier may have been correct.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that Troxy just clicks in agreement. I couldn't read Tuck, so I kept interrupting, and I'm sorry.
Right. I propose we have to keep him confined. We can't risk letting him go back. But
I absolutely agree.
What do we do when Homegirl wants to meet with again?
well, that's the chink in the plan, which is why I wanted to have us all come out here. A couple of things go wrong with us keeping him captive here. We're not far away from the camp, and there will most certainly be a search party sent out for him if he's missing. On top of that, if he is not there when the professor arrives, she may not even stick around.
Proxy's gonna. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
Proxy transforms back into her so she can actually communicate, and she goes, "What? Well, one, I can wrap him up into a cocoon, and I can carry him on my back, or Jeffrey can. We can move out further, and then when the time comes, we hide in his tent and spring trap her, maybe."
I like that direction, but I hate to be turning down all ideas. I'm just not sure what to do here.
And you see Anglus, he starts to like scrounge around on the ground, like maybe we could, I don't know, make a wig and disguise someone?
I hadn't proposed this.
I
mean,
do have
hadn't-
disguise self, I think.
That will work for a moment, surely.
Is there like some sort of something we can cast on him to keep like an eye on him, but let him go back?
Make an Arcana check for me.
Can we like Crucio him?
That's what I was thinking. What if 2, at most 3, I would say, go back? I can cast invisibility for some time when this meeting occurs to keep him in line. But before then, we can just take shifts watching him in his tent.
Then I can be a small bug to animal. I can be a cat or a dog and hide in his tent. Or a bug.
What was that Arcana check for you?
My Arcana check was 12.
It's not magic that I think you have privy yet to, but just because of your magical proud essence to yourself, and because of the experience that you've had in the world, you know divination magics are popular to be used to find such targets who are out of eyesight. But I think that level of magic may not be something you have access to yet. And spells like Scry, for example, would be perfect for this.
Alternatively, we can try to... Well, this may be difficult, considering what we've done so far. We could try to have him recruit us as personal bodyguards in guise.
I don't trust him.
We could make that his only option.
That is true, but he suddenly gains more options once we get into camp.
And we're in a very dangerous situation. We can be ambushed.
That's true.
He's traded people like property, like slaves for this. No, he needs to be. We need to just use him. What we need to be using for, and then kill him.
Proxy, what is the smallest thing you can turn into?
I mean, you can turn it into something as small as like the spider or like the centipede. You know, like a potato.
The options are very very open. Butterfly, caterpillar.
Okay. So as it stands, I have enough magic left to turn one person invisible. I would rather 2 for this operation, or the idea I have. But I could turn myself invisible. Troxy could turn into something small enough to ride either on my shoulder or on him. And we can head back to his camp, seemingly by himself, and just stay in his tent and watch him until this meeting takes place.
I do
Troxy,
want to
I think you should...
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Please end this.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Troxy, I think you should turn into a mosquito, and every time he steps out of line, just like fly into his ear and start sucking some blood.
Ew, not his ear. God.
I can just be an a spider in his ear. I can web up a pretty thick cocoon in one ear, and if he decides to betray us, I'll just start eating from the inside.
Well,
And she just like starts eyeing him with like so much rage.
I do want to say something real quick as the DM. So this meeting that he mentioned in your interrogation is not so. After tonight, after you rest, there's a full day before this meeting is going to happen. So if you want to like devise a way to get back to the where he was staying at, you would have to try and think of a way of how to maintain the unawareness of the rest of the guard that will be holding place at the gate.
if you guys are comfortable with this plan, just keep in mind how long you'll have to keep this plan up.
I understand. I can absolutely, as she just kind of starts glaring at him, I can absolutely Go for as long as needed.
Well, during the night, I can hold invisibility for tops an hour. That should be enough time to get back to the tent. I can lay low inside during the day while Troxy watches from inside his ear. And then during the meeting, I should have more than enough magic to stay invisible for an extended time.
Is there any way that you guys could possibly conceive that we could potentially bring him over to our side? Get him in R2 to try to take down this professor. If we can convince him to help us in this effort, we could avoid all of this altogether.
I'm sure he wants to get away from the professor too.
That's
So
the thing. I don't want... This may be how we have to do things, but he might have to fear us more than he fears her. Alternatively, we could let him know what our plan is. So far, we've only gotten information out of him.
We can't have him side with us. He's done horrible things. The people, children, have died. We use him, but I can't. No, that's sir. Ephriel, that's.
I'm conflicted.
Hmm.
Because doing things that way could stop bloodshed.
I don't have any spells to turn him to our side, but we have yet to find out where he stands with this organization.
I do, but only for a short time.
I think we use him, and I think we ambush the professor, and we kill them both.
Yes, that's... You're probably right.
Yeah.
well, if we could get him on our side, that doesn't mean we can't kill him after we get what we want.
I don't think Zephyr would allow us to do something like that to someone.
If we're going to allow someone our trust, I'd prefer not to betray someone on top of murder.
And I go talk to him and use either performance or persuasion.
To do what?
Try to convince him to join us.
Well, you sort of splinter off with this sort of cockeyed idea in your head.
You sound far away.
That's because I am. Sorry, everybody. Is that better?
Yes.
So, you sort of splinter off from the group as they decide on what the best path forward to go. You all watch as Endless sort of like, lackadaisically almost walks over to the gentleman. As he, he has managed, because of the amount of sweat and like struggle, has managed to relax his face enough from the web where he now can blink and, rest some of the muscles in his face. But because he can't move his head, he doesn't have that well of peripheral vision. And as you come up to him, you sort of startle. Yes, you are. You look like the most trustworthy of the bunch. I'm glad you were the one that got sent over. Are you here to release me?
No, I'm not.
He just starts to cry a little bit.
Jeffrey just gets close to him.
He just kind of like into himself.
So do you want me to roll, Colton? Because I kind of got something cool.
Sorry, I want you to tell me what you say to convince him to be on your side.
Okay. So you see, like, Angus is pretty close to him. I'm like, I don't know. Like, what did you say? Like maybe 2 feet away. Like I'm
sure.
Angus, he looks down and then he looks back up and he's got tears rolling down his face. And he looks at him and he says, I don't think you understand the things that we've been through, the horrors we've seen, the people we've lost, friends, loved ones, families, and you're just going to add to this? You're just gonna be a spineless, cowardless bastard and
No,
add to
no,
this?
no, I don't want to be that.
Then help us. You can change everything. Help us. Please.
Okay, so, you know what? I will allow performance if you'd rather that, but persuasion also helps too. Either one fits, so whatever direction you want to go.
Well, I rolled an 18 on performance.
He just like, I, I've killed so many people. I can't be saved.
You may think that you can't be saved, but you can still change the outcome and we can stop the slaughter of innocent people. And at this point, like, Angus is sobbing. Like, he's got his hands up on his shoulders and he's like, please, help us.
He you see him become enthralled with your like oppressive emotion almost, and looks back over to the group as much as he can. Looks back. So what do you need me to do?
Well, are you open to hear some ideas from the rest of the group?
Can I be released from this webs?
I need you to understand that if you run away, there's nothing I can do for you, and they will kill you.
Even if it was just 1% of an idea that he may have had in his head, is now squashed. He believes you 100%.
Well, he's been talking to him. Troxy's going to transform into the most poisonous spider that she personally knows from her time in the living in the forest.
Sure.
And she's actually going to hide in his uniform, his belt, wherever she can. While they're talking, she went in the web and made her way there.
Okay, cool. I'm going to say this spider in particular is probably about 3 inches big. And it's like a light brown, but as it gets to like the butt part, it turns into this like vibrant purple color that's striated with black little lines.
Ooh.
And
what was this? Oh, go ahead.
this spider, I'm going to say, is called a northern bite spider. That's what it's called.
And what does it do?
We'll just say like if you were to bite someone, they'll roll a con save of like 14, and take like I don't know, like 2d6 poison damage.
Awesome.
I look over to Endless and kind of give just a glance.
At that point, you see Inglis. He shrugs his shoulders. He like wipes all the tears, shrugs his shoulders, and goes, "Okay," and pulls out his sword and cuts him free and lets him fall to the ground.
You see, before the shock of being cut down suddenly from your swiftness of your blade action, the surprisingness of you being able to just like snap off the waterworks like that, he realizes like, oh man, and it just like falls lump onto the ground.
I approach Stefan. Is his
Yeah,
name?
Stefan. He sort of stands up and kind of struggles to get some of the webs off the rest of his person as the rest of the fellowship now comes towards the tree. I imagine you sort of like surround him in sort of like this half circle with him still up against the tree. So that, and made it so he's as much as he can be surrounded.
I approach and get on one knee, and I cast Healing Hands on the man.
Okay. And the amount that you're able to pump into him is enough to heal the remaining wounds that wasn't healed from Raiden's cure wounds earlier. And he just sort of takes a deep breath as he feels that warmness in his chest and does like this like awkward, gross sort of like mummy sort of like reaction to the relievement of his pain. Okay, okay. Oh, sorry, please, I don't want to talk. Yeah, well, okay, alright. I was just talking to him, and he's helped me realize that, like, no matter what they could have done for me, the amount of people I've commit to their premature death, I just don't think we're getting around the professor. She's too smart. She's too cunning.
I understand. For any guilt that you feel of the actions you have caused, you may not receive any forgiveness. If you join my faith, Cord can grant you that solace that you seek.
He takes in your suggestion, but, like, doesn't respond.
Our plan. We have means to stay hidden in your tent. At least a few of us. We are
Okay.
capable enough, I believe, to take on this professor.
He looks very, very nervous for you when you say that. Like, the whole tone, like, he's been scared, and, like, maybe the intimidation factor from the group has lightened a bit now that you're being cordial, but I don't know if you should do that. She gave me an example of her power. I don't.
What happened?
Well, it's partially the reason why I only have half a crew.
I don't know if this is the same person that we're talking about. I have had... Well, actually, I have a very good friend who may have been worked on by this person and survived to tell the tale.
He just looks surprised. Like he doesn't know what to say. That's impossible. Is anyone proficient in insight?
I am...
I might be. Let me see.
I am.
I am.
If you're proficient, please roll an insight roll.
That would be a 19, my good sir.
Okay, Fia?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. Raiden, what about you?
That is a 9.
Nothing. Sorry, you don't pick it up. As he just sits there. So, what are you trying to say? You have a friend that's lived to tell the tale, and so what? He's gonna help come here? Or what? I don't what do you... Are you trying to make me feel better?
Listen. We have a lot of information, and I feel the only information we're going to be getting is from the professor. We are left with 0 other choices. I don't want you or your men to see any more losses, but I don't want any more townspeople going in there. Do you realize the masks you're giving the crew that you're sending in have been tampered with? The crew that we found, the face masks they were wearing, that was the cause of their death.
What? Earlier, I wasn't 100% forthcoming. At midnight tonight, I'm expecting a messenger, if you want to call it that. There's an associate of the professor. They come to me in the middle of the night and give me odd orders. I don't understand what it means, but I'm to do it or else. So maybe intercepting them tonight could be a target to get more information on the he can't finish the word.
What are some examples of some of the odd orders they've had you do?
I don't know, weird stuff. Like, for example, on the southernmost point of town, near the barrier, they had us unload hundreds of pounds of salt, just there in a pile, and then the other night, they left a package, a parcel, I guess, and it was just this chest. It was full of like dry flower petals. It crumbled. I was instructed to go throughout the as some sort of like, I don't know, and sprinkle it on the ground. It's weird stuff like that. It doesn't make sense to me.
Transmutation. Out of character. That sounds like transmutation.
If any, I'm gonna allow Endless and Raiden to either make an Arcana check or a History check because of your backgrounds.
On our history?
Sorry, I'm working on it.
Boy, that is an 8 on history.
Okay, and what did you go for, Raiden?
I'll do Arcana. I like Arcana.
Okay.
That is a 23.
23. Okay. Endless. Unfortunately, you are aware that salt is a common material that will be used in a lot of necrotic practices. Not necessarily. I mean, it can even like prevent ghosts from getting into your person if you surround yourself in it. So this much you're aware of, but why they would need so much salt is like, I mean, there could be lots of things I guess they could do for it. But Raiden, as you're sort of thinking about it, like you sort of come at it from like an sort of a magical perspective as you start to ponder. Salt is often used a lot in like amplification sort of rituals when used to be drawn in a sort of sigil sort of pattern. You imagine that much salt must, either that's like a large sigil that must be planned on being made within the town or something like that. It's hard to say. The whole reason why it tips it off is because of the flower petals that Stefan mentioned are often used as a component, like as like a supplement, if you will. Like if you don't have if you don't have beef, you can use tofu instead, sort of thing. And it's meant to be ground down in like sort of a fine sort of powder. And that's what makes you think like, well, this could be just like spell components, but what it could be for is hard to say.
Well, clearly they're doing some mass ritual or spell with all 1,500 people. It's not a hard guess to say, as a regular spell needs components, this one would require a large amount of the same material.
This goes right over Stefan's head. He like doesn't know shit about magic.
Ah, okay. Well, hopefully the party understands a little.
So everyone's indepose or whatever that word is. He stands there. Sure, yeah. I mean, I guess that makes sense. So So what? We go back and act like everything's fine, and wait for them to come, and you guys pop out of the fucking bushes.
As I had promised earlier, your cooperation will grant you safety. If you help us, we can help in any way we can to spare your life.
Okay. I mean, this seems pretty fucking risky, guys. I'm not sure, but hey, you guys seem pretty tough, right? And he looks at the lot of you.
Yeah.
Foxy, when Zephyriel said, well, I'll do everything we can to spare your life, Troxy had two of her little spider legs crossed.
Ew.
It was promised. Zafriel will stick to that.
So, in the meantime, as this sort of conversation comes to a conclusion, if Stefan mentions if he's not back within the next, like, hour and a half, they might go looking for him. So if you guys want a little bit of time to strategize or prepare or do whatever you feel like is necessary to leave, please. If not, we'll get to you guys walking back to the front gate of Winshire.
And Troxy's gonna stay hidden on his person.
Okay, great.
Yep.
How long does your wild shape last?
Oh, we looked this up the other day. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, I think it's I forgot about that. It's about an hour.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's really
Will that be all
we can
the
do.
fellowship?
That's all we can do is wait.
Yep.
Great. So, as y'all make your way back to the camp with Captain Stefan by your side, now walking as a free man, who now has taken the time to readjust his misbuttoned shirt and tucked it in properly.
That's on fire. / burnt.
Oh yeah, no, it's burnt to shit, but he's still tucked it in nice.
I'll cast mending on it. Why not? Make it look better. Presentation.
So with mending, you're able to sort of remove the singe blackness parts of the shirt, but it doesn't necessarily repair the fabric because most of it's too far gone. But it looks nicer
Yeah.
than it did.
Yeah.
Maybe we could pull off those tears as intentional.
As you go back to the camp, though, you see there are a couple of men who are sort of like taking curious looks throughout the place. There he is! A guard yells off in the distance. Yeah! I'm just fine, everybody. We just had to go check some shit out. God! And he looks at the group, looks back at the soldiers. Please, give us some fucking space. And they just like they're used to the like aggressive behavior from this guy, but they're like, God, did you like eat something bad today? Sort of reaction to his tone of voice. And they all just sort of shrug their shoulders and walk away. To be honest, we have supplies that have been distributed from the military. We don't have enough for your group to stay in a single tent, but I can provide some tents for you if you don't have ones yourself.
We'll let you know. I think we should be fine.
And he goes ahead and he points out like a haphazard wooden shack that's been put up just for, functional use. And he points that out as like where you can find some supplies like sleeping bags and like kindling wood, all that shit. And he goes into his tent. Do you guys want to do anything for the next 4 or 5 hours waiting for that midnight moon?
Yeah, can I have Jeffrey build one of our underground little hidey holes next to his tent?
Sure. Just because of the topography, so this part of the empire, this far south, it really starts to turn into rolling hills. it kind of starts to get away from that sort of plains-like biome that you're used to, and because of that, they're like the type of tall grass that's growing here won't be enough to cover the size of the den. So if you're okay with it not being totally concealed, then that's fine. But just to let you know, like it's not going to be like completely hidden because
Are
of
you are you trying to do like where he digs from one area and goes in and creates a trap door kind of situation? Is
No,
that
we
like
just we I just wanted me and
just
Jeffrey
like a
to
web
sleep underground.
igloo.
Oh,
Oh, okay,
gotcha.
I got you.
Yes.
Okay, my bad. I misinterpreted what you said initially. That's my bad. So, as you all sort of set up, did anyone want to grab their own sort of tent, or did they want to just sort of be in the elements somewhere?
I wanted to grab Zafriel and pull him to the side.
Okay. Right as the sun at this point that has been setting for the last hour and a half has now set. It's like about 8 o'clock, 8:30. And the calm sort of dark blues and purples consume the sky, and at the horizon you see the blackness starting to come. As Zafriel, you're pulled to the side to speak with Raiden.
Yes, Raiden, what do you need?
Well, inside the Winshire, you said you wished to speak to me.
Raiden, take off your mask.
That was very forward. Why?
I need to verify something for myself.
Fine, I will do it, but on one condition.
Yes.
We've been traveling for quite some time, and you know me to an extent. I want you to give me your word, no matter what you see or what you feel, you will not harm me in any way.
You have my word. You are a member of the Fellowship no matter who you are.
We will see. So the helmet just full of steam popping out from the sides. You just see Raiden it just
Decompresses.
went off. It just kind of like it kind of like gets bigger, kind of like to make room to be taken off, and he just slowly removes the helmet, and what you see is just a bleach white skeleton face with blue eyes staring back at you.
Mike?
Zafriel, how do you what do you feel inside the moment you see the sort of steamy fog disperse enough for you to see that bleach white skull, and you're like, as this face is revealed,
Raiden,
Yes.
I'm willing to put away my prejudices for the amount of help you've provided us. But can you explain to me your origin, at least?
I can give it my best shot, because even I am still a bit foggy on that. All I know is I was created in one of Radagast's labs, apparently. And what I can faintly remember is my creator, her or their name is Hermione Littlefoot. I don't remember much of their appearance or their voice, but I at least remember the name. The lab I was created in was abandoned when I gained sentience, and I've basically just gained as much knowledge there.
Do you remember anything from your past life?
No, I don't believe I had a past life. I almost as if an artificial soul.
I see.
The concept is damning. The idea of like an art, like a soul that sort of like manifests into a person is so outside of your realm of belief that like to hear it initially you have to replay it back in your mind to like let that sink in.
You kind of tell Zafriel is trying very hard to remain stoic.
At this
And-
point, like the front chest plate pops off, like with like a tss, and it just pounds into the ground.
I heard you,
Like-
by the way, just faintly.
What's wrong?
Oh, sorry, continue.
I fucked the pooch. Just go on.
And
Sorry.
there's just a floating orb, like a blue arcane orb, like floating behind his rib cage. This is basically my soul, or my life, a brain if you would have it.
Raiden, you have no choice on how you were brought into this world. But the fact that you have joined our side, I can still call you an ally. And I hold up my hand.
It's awesome.
Raiden will gladly grab his hand and give a firm shake. I believe we are comrades in arms as of now. I do have goals in mind, one being at least a fair treatment of undead. These abominations are a different story, but undead created like me, we did not choose this life, so why must it be so cruel to us?
I guess I've never thought of it this way. I will pray on this later. But I will help you in your cause.
I appreciate it.
Raiden?
No.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If we were, so to speak, to actually take down Radagast, Raiden, and in so doing are able to take down your creator, have you considered the possibility that your existence could be null and void?
I have pondered many things, and that was included. If my life is to be extinguished alongside my creators, then I can see no better way to go out. I feel necromancers to be a plague on this world. They abuse the undead in life and twist it in ways without much care or thought, when life is precious to me, is how I've thought. Why should such a person as Radagast or this Hermione be allowed to walk around and hurt the world as it stands with this power unchecked?
I appreciate your honesty,
Of course.
but I will say, we must prepare. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out in the next couple of days.
We will see.
As you go back to the group, first of all, fate point for you, Raiden, and +2 to your max HP to both of you because the power of friendship is real.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. I'm about it. Raiden, do you return with your helmet off?
It's probably not a good idea.
It depends. Is the party kind of separated from like the guards and other
Most, if not all, the guards are in their tent, if not sitting outside of their tent. And where you guys are sort of situated in relation to them, even if they were like up and about because of the perspective, they wouldn't have direct eyesight on you. So I mean, like, you know, you have mild amount of privacy.
I mean, it's also dark, so...
He'll put his chest piece back on, but he will leave his helmet off for the time walking back with Zafril.
Cool. Fuck yeah.
One more thing,
Fuck yeah, you
Raiden.
do.
I understand that wearing that helmet is perhaps necessary in cities, but don't feel like you need to hide yourself from us while we're in private.
I appreciate the accommodations and understanding. I'm just not sure how the others will take it. We will see, I guess, in time.
I think that's all I wanted to say.
And with that, as you guys return, if not but anything else, if we probably have room for 2 watches before the individual shows up, no one will be able to rest long enough for a long rest except for Raiden. If you want to take the time to take a long rest, you can do that right now. Otherwise, if you want to be on watch, that won't be an option.
He'll
So-
take a long rest.
But if you guys need to, you can count this as a short rest. So, yes, Claire.
So Troxy, since she's gonna take a short rest, but first I'm gonna roll stealth because she's gonna jump off when the 1 hour begins to stop.
Okay.
And she's gonna jump off and hide and keep an eye on him, and then when he starts to head to the meeting, she's gonna transform into that spider and go onto him.
Can you make what? Okay, because this is going to be cool, kind of cool. When you guys had that amount of privacy, it's because Captain Steven went back into his own tent. While that brief amount of time you were able to be in there, Troxy, before you had to bounce, can you make a perception check to kind of take a peek on what's going on inside the tent while you're sitting there in his shirt?
Of course. That is a 17.
17?
Yep. 12 plus 5.
Okay. Honestly, this tent looks like it's being lived in and worked out of at points. You see a table, which is mostly what you're able to get a good enough view of, because as Stefan sits down, he kind of like sighs and then says something in Dwarvish, if you understand Dwarvish.
Let me see. Nope.
It's the equivalent of like, "fuck me, God Almighty" sort of phrasing. You know what I mean? He just sort of like, he sort of kicks back, unbuttons more of his shirt, and that rustling is what is able to let you sort of like move to like a better vantage spot. As you take a look at the table, it's a mess. There's like a couple candles that have been burnt out completely, and 2 new ones have been put in their place. There's a lot of uneaten food, rotting, like a rotting apple core in the corner, like a warm beer. Amongst all the trash, you see a couple of documents, mostly dealings with like names of people, like a registry almost, like jargon from the military. Kind of a quick glance, like it has something to do with logistics. But, however, you do notice 2 pieces of parchment that are like folding up a little bit more because they haven't had enough time to be set down flat to be flush with the table. Is a long note. Not that the cursive is too intense for you to get a good idea of what it's saying outright as you look at it. But what sticks out the most is you see a bullet point list, and on the list, the number, a number of like 600 something pounds of salt is called for, and you immediately recognize as this is potentially one of the notes that is left by the associate that works under this professor. At the bottom of the document, you see that it's signed PROF in an exaggerated fashion, and below that you see the initials HL.
Okay. What kind of bed does he have? Is it off the ground or on the ground?
It's like a cot with like a sleeping roll on top of it.
I'm gonna roll a stealth check to grab those documents and hide underneath his bed so I can untransform and do a short rest and then trans back in.
Okay, so I will say, the size of spider that you are, it is conceivable of you to grab these documents. To do so unknowingly, with the amount of time you have left of your beast shape, is going to be a task and a half. So, what I'm first going to need you to roll is a stealth check. I'll let you roll at advantage because you're a fucking spider.
Roger, roger. Go, go, Spider Rangers. Nat 20, baby!
What a time! What a time!
So, he begins to stretch and yawn. And as that moment, you use it to pink, fly off of his chest and skitter across the table. Now, I'm going to need one more check. I need you to roll a sleight of hand. This is the only moment you're going to get with the amount of time you have left as a spider to get these papers.
Maybe 17.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to have Riley as my witness. He gets a +2 to perception. As he... Oh, God! And he goes down, he must have just twinged something in his back, and he stands up from his chair, giving you the moment of time to grab the 2 papers with your little fucking fangs and fucking get out of the tent. You kind of flop down to the floor, and you start to get this, like, sensation of a human heartbeat in your spider form, and you know it's fucking time. Can you make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can make it out of the tent in time?
Actually, can I try to make it underneath his cot?
Yes, that's even better. I'll let you roll an advantage, but you're still going to be in the tent.
No, absolutely. That's fine. Let me see here. Okay.
All right. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot that's what you said you wanted to do. I just got
No,
caught
you're
up in the
fine.
moment.
That is 14 plus 2, so 16.
You bink, and your spider legs kind of, and you feel one sort of break a little bit, and you're like, "Ee," as you sort of like crawl up underneath the bed, and like you were about to miss the toilet as you fly into the stall, just in the nick of time as you get under the bed, vroom, into your little halfling form as you're sort of like huddled up as small as you can make yourself with the papers kind of up to your chest. He has not noticed you because you rolled a fucking nat 20 on stealth.
Fantastic. She's gonna roll up those documents and put them in her thing. And she'll take a short rest. And the moment he gets up, she's gonna transform into that small spider and crawl back on him.
I will say this. It's conceivable for you to hide under the cot for a period of time, but it's only going to be a matter of time that he notices you under the cot. So taking a short rest in the tent probably is not going to be an option.
Okay, How long could she stay underneath it before he notices?
I don't know. We'll have to find out. Do you want to find out?
Still, can she escape the tent from where she's at on the side, like the rim of it?
Okay, what I will allow is your nat 20 will be able to get you to the tent flap, but I'm going to need another sleight of hand check to have you open the tent flap in a unconspicuous sort of way to allow you to slip out of the door.
I have a better idea.
Okay.
I want to use mold earth to make me a little passage underneath the tent.
I'll allow it. That's fucking cool.
Oh shit.
And I'm gonna hide there and listen to him while I'm underneath the with little like just how I make my den.
I'll say this much. That will allow you to get out of the tent,
Okay.
and we can even say it's an. You can even. What I'm saying is that will get you out. That will make sound. So, I really. It's either find a way to stay in here so he doesn't know you're there, and by continuing to roll good stealth checks, or get out of the tent so he doesn't know you're even here. Because this sort of half in, half out, I don't imagine happening, especially with the sound that Earth would make as it sort of splits open enough for you to slide under.
I'll roll another stealth check then.
Fuck yeah, you will. Roll a stealth check.
Cool. Let me see something real quick. I don't want to fuck this up. Let's see. Let me get my features real quick.
Troxy's stuck in the witch's hut, everybody.
Let's see here. Where is my... Cool, I have a lucky thing, so I'm down for that.
Okay, please.
Cool, but just if I need it.
I will say, if you have a fate point in stock, you can use it to automatically succeed this check.
I don't know if I have a fate point.
I don't know. I don't know how you guys keep track of that. I don't know if there's not necessarily an area on the sheet.
I just write it down.
I put there is an inspiration section next to your health that you can click. That's what I've done, but I've only ever received one fate point, so.
I don't know if I
Just
have
write
one.
it down.
So, I can't say I do then.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead, stealth check, please.
Let me see here. Can I use the lucky feat if I know I'm gonna fail, or do I have to use it?
If you have the lucky feat, you can call it even after the roll.
Okay, cool. That's what I wanna. Okay. Let's see
Okay.
here. So that's gonna be a 14 on stealth.
The next 10 minutes is pretty intense. Especially as he sort of moves around. He seems to be trying different sort of yogic poses to try and, like, get this kink out of his back. And eventually he does this weird sort of corkscrew twist. Almost looks right in your direction, but there's like a dirty shirt, a similar vest to the one that he's wearing under the bed that you're able to sort of move in such a way that you're able to just conceive most of your form for him not to notice. And you hear a little oh God, I hate my life. And he like throws off his shirt and it like hits the flap of the tent and goes out of the tent itself. And he kicks off his boots chaotically to match, lays on top of his cot, and you have to smush yourself like a pancake because you now have like the impression of his body like half an inch from your face.
Oh my god, this is
But
great.
after a few moments, you start to hear a you think he's sleeping.
She'll just chill and wait.
How long do you want to wait before you want to try and leave?
When he leaves, she'll transform to a spider when he gets up, and we'll climb back on him.
Gotcha. Cool.
She's holding that wild form.
Back to the fellowship. Who wants to take the first and second watch for tonight?
I will take first watch. I mean, if we only have time for a short rest, yeah, I'll take first watch.
A short rest is where you basically can roll up to your character level with hit dice, and it's a way for you to heal up outside of combat without taking a long rest.
Some other classes can also
okay.
restore some of their abilities on a short rest.
Yeah, like you get sorcery points when you take a short rest.
I'm just out of like third level spell slots, which I
Yeah.
can't get.
As far as like regaining those, yeah, you need a long rest. Like if you were a warlock, they'd get those back on a short rest, but
Raiden's taking his short long rest.
Okay, well I can keep watch. I have full hit points, so a short rest isn't really gonna help me.
okay.
Zephyriel, as you sit by the fire and take your watch, please roll a perception check. What's the number one thing on Zephyriel's mind during this watch as you have some time to think by yourself?
Regret.
In what way?
In Zafriel's mind, no matter what he does in this situation, he feels that he can't look at himself the same way. And because he feels that way, feels that Cord also feels the same. Feeling that if, no matter what path we took, this interrogation, there was no way to swing it where it could be peaceful. And the fact that he thinks that makes him believe that maybe there was a way. And that is just eating away at his insides. After taking a cursory look around to make sure nobody is actively watching the party, Zafriel is going to go into a prayer.
Okay.
Speaking in Celestial, roughly translating to asking for forgiveness for the souls entering my god's domain, as a lot of the people dying here did not have a choice in the matter. That he believes that even a soul that is sending all these other people to damnation in the form of Stefan, he believes that his soul can also be saved. And asking for forgiveness for him, and also asking for some light or guidance or indication that what he is doing is right and righteous.
Make a wisdom check. Actually, we can make it religion,
Okay.
or you can roll a spellcasting check. I'll allow that too.
I think in this instance it would be religion. And that is a natural 20 with a 24.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Zafriel, do you hold yourself in a particular way while you're praying?
Kneeling next to the campfire, using the flames as if it were a screen, so to speak. More as something to look into as he says these
like a
words.
veil almost.
Yes.
So you sort of kneel down in the most iconic sort of knightly way you can.
Yeah, shove my sword into the ground and use the pommel on my forehead as I just look into the fire.
With the motion itself, you watch as your medallion, like, whether it made its decision for itself or it was just the odds, comes out and dangles on the chain that it has as it sort of gleams in the campfire light. You cry out to Cord, and you beg for forgiveness for how you could have handled things better, and even though Captain Stefan has veered off in the way that he has, doesn't mean that there can't be a path back towards righteousness. And you believe this to be true, and you ask for forgiveness, hoping that Stefan might get that opportunity. You start to sort of like be hypnotized in the moment, whether it be from the huge amounts of empathy that you're exerting, having this connection with Cord, or be it the hypnoticness that fire tends to have at night. But you get lost into it as you sort of start seeing through it as if it were like a window that you could open. And you watch the fire adjust in size momentarily, as if it's hurting. It's just a moment. It's just a flicker of the flame. But you feel pain, and you feel resistance, and fight. But you also sense weakness. And it's at that moment you feel a presence next to you by the fire, but on the other side. Unable to speak, you feel the words come manifest in your mind, but it's different from your inner monologue. It feels similar to when you've had a strong connection with Cord, but this does not feel like Cord. What do you say, Zafriel?
Thank you for gracing me with your presence, whomever you are. Please, give me guidance on how I can follow the path of righteousness.
And with that phrase that you speak within your mind, with that sort of like divine power that you have as a cleric, it pulses out of you like a wave of love. But what returns is bitter and cold. And the fire reacts to your statement as if it's being manipulated from the other side. And you're hit with like a lashing sort of whip-like sensation, and the words typical, typical, typical ring through your head.
I will prove myself worthy.
Zafriel, you watch as the fire begins to grow in length, in height rather. And you start to see the fire itself is contained within the rocks that you built before. But you start to see through the flame, like as if it is this sort of fiery veil, a window if you will, the shape of a humanoid. As you stand to match, it's nearly the same height. It almost looks like you're looking at a reflection, but you know this is not you. As you stand there, you watch the fire get split open. It peels down the center, and it splits, and you see a dark figure before you, clouded in heavy plate mail that is tinted darker than this night sky that is above your head. This is a figure you've seen, or at least described to you. And you watch as he pulls out his sword. Can you make a perception check? I'm gonna make a roll for that one. I'm not sure. Okay. You recognize the sword, the hilt specifically. You just see like half of its design, but you see the half of what appears to be a bear's face, its mouth open. As this figure raises its sword to you, the fire dies back down to an appropriate level, and the sensation of another person being there with you has left.
I get up and walk over. Fia was the one who said she was also at watch.
Yes.
Losing kind of my, I don't know how to say. Zafriel, on the verge of tears, asks if you would finish the rest.
Yeah, I will. Are you okay?
Fia, when you're on the path of light, you can't stop the shadows that come out from you. And unfortunately, there are some regrets that come along the way. I will be fine.
Okay. Well, let me know if you need me.
Very well. And I finish out my rest in silence. I mean, my watch in silence.
Fia, you go to the campfire, and make a perception check for me real quick.
Eight.
Over the next 30 or 40 minutes, you can hear the party members that you travel with sort of rustle in their sleep, whether it be the new area or the nerves, but you can hear them rustle. You can hear them getting as much as they can. You find yourself unknowingly at times manipulating the campfire with your fingers, sort of weaving it in and out like strings in a blanket being sewn. Eventually, I'll say you don't have direct eyesight, but you do see about, it's hard to gauge at night, but you'd say about 3 miles north of you, coming towards town, you see a light. With the amount of brightness that it has, you would assume that it's a hooded lantern, but it's hard to tell. But someone or something is approaching.
What time would you say it is about?
It's not quite midnight yet. It's getting there. The moon, you look up, just to sort of gauge yourself, nearly full. And even like just with your sort of like sorceress origin, you feel the tingleness on your skin. It's wild how the moon itself just has this essence to it.
I'm gonna wake up Zafriel first to see if he thinks that's what's going on as the messenger's coming.
Okay. Thank you. I'll alert the party. And proceed to help Fia wake up everyone else.
And over the next couple of minutes, very quietly, the rest of the standing bear is awoken from their slumber, if you want to call it that. Raiden, we'll still count this as enough time for you to be able to have taken a long rest. But
Okay.
by the time everybody is like to their wits and up and about, by the time Fia is able to sort of point out the light, Fia, you notice that the light has traveled about a mile and a half since the first time you had noticed it. With the rate that they're traveling, you imagine that they're probably going to be here within the next 10 to 20 minutes.
Does it seem like they're like on a wagon or walking speed?
I need you to make another perception check.
That's even worse with a 4.
It's honestly because of the topography, like I described earlier. This far south, it starts to get a little hilly, and the closer they get, the more it's hard to track them because of how much you're losing them. Yeah, it's hard to gauge. It's 10 to 20 minutes away. It's hard to tell.
Has anybody seen where Troxy went off to? Is she still there?
As far as I know, I never saw her leave the tent.
Oh, jeez. Does anybody have a way of contacting her?
I have message.
That's perfect. That's exactly what we'd need.
Troxy, are you okay?
All fine here. Gonna ambush our professor.
I guess we'll wait for Troxy's signal then.
Yeah, Troxy says she's all good in there, waiting.
Now,
How
do
she
y'all?
managed.
Dude, it's the spunk. It's the spunk. That's how she managed.
I love Troxy.
So, now, in the brief amount of time that you guys have left, do you want to just be out and about in the camp? Do you want to try to hide yourselves? Like, what's the plan here?
What? Okay, so I know most everybody is probably sleeping in camp right now, but I'm sure there are guards and stuff still awake and...
There are 2 guards currently posted at the gate, but that's like probably 40 feet away, 50 feet away. And also, like, they don't seem to be really doing a great job either. One of them is asleep.
Okay. I'm going to keep my sword sheathed and start walking the perimeter like I know what I'm doing.
Oh, okay, so you're going to try and like be like a guard.
Hmm?
Cool. Got it. Does anyone else want to try something?
I was thinking the same thing, that I'd mimic one of their outfits with my disguise kit.
Cool.
Oh, okay, cool. And Endless and Raiden, please.
Go for it. English.
Oh,
Basically, the associate that you're hoping to intercept in some fashion is set to be here the next 10-20 minutes, and Zafriel and Fia have decided to play the part of a guard and just walk about with intent. But except Fia is going to be like, trying to get her hands on a uniform and using her disguise kit to sort of like play the part. So, for you, do you want to just like be asleep in your tent? Do you want to try and hide, or be clever in some way, or you can do nothing? That's also an option.
me and Jeffrey are gonna be down in our little den, just waiting for a signal.
You know what? And that's enough cover to stay mostly hidden, I'll say, just right off the bat. Okay, what about you, Raiden?
Raiden takes his helmet off, and he goes slumps against a tree and just rests there. And I use my racial feat, Dead Resemblance. While resting, you appear to be dead.
Oh fuck! You just literally
So I
play
just-
dead.
I literally am an undead playing dead.
That's awesome.
That's the
That is so
best.
cool.
Okay, cool. I'm
His
gonna.
jaw like comes undone. He's like,
Yeah, just like unhook one of the mandibles, and I'm just like,
Oh, I love it. I love it. And you know what? I'm gonna say, because when you're using this feature in this way, I'm gonna allow you to manifest whatever type of bugs or whatever you need to sell that like you are definitely dead.
yeah, there's like a spider web in one eye, and it just kind of comes out the other, and just
love
kind of
it.
walks
I
around the
love it.
skull.
That's great. So
Hell yeah.
that's great. I won't even have you roll because you're dead.
Man, I didn't even know you could do that. That's so
Me
cool.
neither. I love it. It makes sense. I love it. So, Troxy, I'm going to have you re-roll your stealth check to maintain. I'm going to have Fia. I need you to quickly roll me a disguise check, the disguise kit check, to make your disguise. Zafriel, I need you to either roll. I could see it 3 different ways: deception, persuasion, or performance. It would be, I'd say disguise kit would probably be based off of your charisma modifier plus your proficiency bonus, which proficiency is 3, so it's 3 plus 5. Yeah, so 8.
I'm just gonna do all 3 of them are the same rolls, so I guess I'm just going to be rocking performance check.
Okay, cool.
I rolled an 11.
I rolled a
Okay,
9.
that's not too bad. But now I need you to roll a performance check to see how well you are able to play off the role of a guard. What did you say, Zachriel?
I got a 9.
Oof.
Can
Okay.
I help
I'm walking
him
in.
if he's in 30 feet of me? With
I-
Flash
yeah.
of Genius?
I will say he's within 30 feet. I will say the tree that you slumped up against is like a skip away from the tent and where all this is going to be going down.
Okay, I'll use Flash of Genius to add up +5 to that.
Oh. 14?
You know what? 14 will do. That's not too bad. Most of these guards are dipshits anyways.
Yeah, I'm kind of walking around with like the whole I've got a clipboard in my hand mentality, you know? You got a clipboard, you can walk in anywhere kind of thing.
Okay, cool.
Just walking around with intention.
Cool. Troxy, what was your stealth check?
I actually had a quick question.
Yes, please.
If I turn into a little mite and just jump on him and go into his ear, would that work?
Yes, and also in that amount of 4 hours, but because the gentleman Stefan actually fell asleep, there would have been a conceivable amount of time for you to be able to take a short rest.
Cool.
Yeah, but
I'm
yeah,
going to his ear as a mite.
I will say like the detection, like although you're small, which will add to your stealthiness, the detection because it's like his ear, it's going to be just as hard to. It might be harder to hide in his ear rather than like on the collar of his shirt, is what I'm saying. But the ear is cool. That's a good move. So
Cool.
Stealth check.
Okay. That'd be a 14.
14.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold it, please.
But he's got that lucky feet.
Damn, dude. The last 2 perception checks I've rolled have been dog shit. I rolled a 5. So yeah, you fucking crawl up into this bastard's ear, and it's kind of gross because like his sort of sweatiness of himself gathers in his ears at night, and you can see it like makes this awful gross earwax concoction, and like it like literally get kind of caught in it when you first initially go into your sort of delve and have to sort of reorient yourself so you're not just like in bodily stuff.
Has anyone seen The Boys season 3 at all?
No.
A
No.
little bit, but not much.
Okay, for those who've seen Boys, you're gonna see something from that show soon.
Oh my god.
Don't say anything. Just
You
if
know
you
what?
know, you know.
I don't know, but I just got a good guess, and if I'm right, fucking hell, Claire.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Okay, so everyone gets
I
in-
rolled a 23 on my performance.
Oh fuck yeah! Like, in fact, like you take a look over at Zafriel, and he's doing like this like fucking strut, like you've seen him be the leader of the group, and now that he's pretending to be a leader, it's like he's like he looks like a dad trying to do something. And so you kind of like walk up next to him to sort of like follow on his side to sort of like, you know, like a mother goose would with the duckling that's struggling. Endless, I need you to roll a stealth check.
Oh.
That's exactly what I thought you looked like.
Wow, wait.
That shit's exactly
Sorry,
what I thought.
that's fucking.
Yes.
Get out of the way.
And honestly, Thea, you're not totally jazzed about your uniform. Like you got nice
So-
threads, but like you're not like super confident. But because you're able to sort of play it off, it doesn't really matter. Zafriel, on the other hand, nope.
So for my stealth, because of my armor, I have disadvantage, but my lowest was a 19.
Wow. You sort of like nestle in to the webs in an eerily similar motion that Jeffrey does, and it's in unison. It's wild. Like you guys are pretty close. Now, with that, we need a little bit of a music change, I think.
Okay, what you want? Some combat?
Maybe something a little spoopy, actually. What's that?
Spoopy. Searching the database.
While we did a music change for something spoopy, me and Riley are going to go take another shot. We'll be right back.
Oh shit.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
If you're an artist and you see this, you have to hear it with. Post a pic.
This is that one scene in Harry Potter, except it's lemon grab instead of Voldemort. The boy who lived has come to die. Oh, yeah, that's scary close. If you were to play that next to me doing it, people would have a hard time knowing which was which. He's awesome. Like, he's been really cool. So I actually reached out. We're buddies now. His vocal cords just happen to be very similar to mine. So his Morty voice is also eerily on. Like, I was telling him, I'm like, dude, you're so close that, like, we could record stuff, and I don't think people would know who it was. That blew me away when someone showed me that. I was like, are you this kid?
Oh my god. I think I would love for someone in our group to play someone that has the same personality as Rick.
Oh man, that would be pretty funny.
Artificer. 100% Artificer.
I don't know. Rick could be played in many a different way.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, there is an infinite number of Ricks.
Like I could even see Bard. Like not for the performance aspect.
The mockery.
Yeah.
Nice too. God, if someone could do his voice and actually like insult people like how he can insult them, I would be fucking dying.
You know, with 5e being as flexible as it is, I wouldn't be surprised if a Rick and Morty themed campaign has been already set.
Oh, there already is.
Yeah,
I think there's
there
even a
is,
book
sure.
for it too.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, no, there is, and I was looking at it, and it's fucking awesome.
That's the kind of like game that you have every other week where you and the group just get fucking toasted while playing it.
The should be the DM of the group.
Oh my god, yeah. Sounds like Rex.
Morty. Like, come on, Morty.
Is like
All that shit.
our DM just sounds like him the whole time and talks like him. It's like, alright, you stupid idiots. We're gonna play this game.
You can't even fathom this game. This game's got so many intricacies and there's so many dimensions inside dimensions.
It'd be great.
Man, this session so far.
It's been great.
Yeah, it has. It's
I
really great.
really liked our interaction there, Evan.
It was good. I'm also way too used to my usual work schedule, so I'm fucking tired.
Oh, I understand fully.
Going to bed at like 8:30 every night, like the past 3 nights. Now I'm like, woo.
Are you feeling
Yeah.
a little? Is everyone feeling a little tired?
No, I'm ready,
Oh.
dude.
I am, but that's because of work. But I'm good, man. I want to keep going.
Yeah, I feel you. Also, I mean, we don't have to stay up super late, but I kind of was planning on playing a little later just because of the late start.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Dude, no, I'm for it.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
gonna take us a quick hit before this shit starts going.
Huh?
I got some Gandalf calling me.
Okay.
Bargains.
Before we jump into the game, I just want to get everyone's thoughts so far. I think we've had a lot of cool moments.
Yeah.
Man, like
Yeah,
I
no,
really,
100%.
I really tried to portray like the amount of regret that Zafriel's feeling. Like, I tried to,
What?
speak a bit choked up. I wasn't sure if that came off too well, but
You could feel it. It was heavy.
Yeah.
no, I'm
It was
having
there,
a great
man.
time. This is
Should we
The
stop
build-
playing?
the thing I
12?
like most about Colton's DM style is the
No,
build
I
up.
wasn't going to go till one.
It doesn't
I
matter
was
what
like the latest
situation we're
like
in, and
12:30 is
granted,
what I was thinking.
you know, I could see how some people may think it's slow, but it's
No.
the amount of build-up leads for such a huge climax in the what would you call the chapters that we go into.
It
I'm
builds
ready.
anticipation. It makes you
But
want
hold on real
to
quick. I
continue
didn't
to
wanna stay
see
up
what's
till
around
one.
that next corner,
latest I
that
wanted
next
to go to
session.
is
It's
like
like
12:15,
the next
12:30.
session
That's what I
wants
had in
you
mind
the
when I
next
said that.
session.
Okay, I didn't
Like
want to say that.
there's such a lack of instant gratification that it just makes you want it so much more.
Yeah. It's like
I-
finally figuring out just a little bit of info just makes you want more.
I also gotta say, dude, that moment was pretty tender between you and Raiden, man. I really,
That's so cool.
that was really cool.
Oh.
Yeah, that was neat. Did anyone else have some peanut gallery comments?
I don't know, Colton, if you got a chance to see the GIF that was placed in the chat.
That shit was good.
Oh my god.
Like, that is
God.
so fucking Zafriel right
Wow.
there.
Oh my god, let me see.
That
What?
is literally the strut I see the leader of the fellowship doing.
Yeah, man, you freaking I lost
A
it
little
there for
more
a second.
transfixed
Oh my
on
God.
Patrick's cheeks.
Yeah, the Patrick Cheek ones. Yes, dude, that was a butt clencher with Troxy.
Yeah, I know, right? Fuck. Last game I rolls were not too good, but tonight, been a good night.
That clencher of a net 20.
So, as the Fellowship of the Standing Bear has honestly done their best to hide in plain sight, whether it be a bud in someone's ear, a body beneath a web, a skull inside a suit of armor, or people literally blending in with the ones that surround them. 15 moments of no one speaking a single word goes by. In fact, Fia and Zafriel have had to make 2 sort of rotations that go nearly up to the guards that are on post, and they even acknowledge you. One at one point salutes. Like, you guys seem to be playing the part enough to fool these guys at least. You hear this horse blazing at a speed that doesn't seem typical even for that of one that was bred for it. You see this individual ride up into the town, right, stopping about, I would say, 40 feet or so from the tent that the captain is staying in currently. The horse, when it stops, it neighs. You don't see its mouth open. You just hear the sound of a neighing echo that sort of like rings throughout the space. And as the horse stops, you hear like a trailing sound of echoing hooves also come to a stop after it. The horse itself is dark as night. It nearly blends in with the darkness that surrounds it. Jumps off a individual, concealing its face with a simple brown hooded robe. The individual, at first glance, let's see here, who would have a good eye? Zafriel, pretty much everyone except for Troxy and maybe Endless. Endless, would you say the way you are concealed, do you have vision of stuff going on outside?
We would be able to at least like lift up to kind of peer out. So
Okay.
I'll let you do with that what you
Sure.
will.
Go ahead and roll. I'll have everyone roll perception checks. In fact, Troxy, I'll allow you to roll a perception check, but it's going to be based off of hearing.
Okay.
Oh, that's a 20, my dude. That's a dirty 20.
8.
14.
19.
19.
Troxy, you not only hear the descriptive sounds that I mentioned earlier about the horse, but you hear the individual stepping off, and you hear him click something off of his person, which you guys see to be a satchel that he's now taking off of his shoulder and now grabbing with both arms. You hear the individual take a couple of steps before you see them starting. At this point, Endless and Raiden, Zafiril and Tia, you guys have eyes on the subject, but because you're committing to your role of your patrol, the direction you're traveling isn't giving you the best of angle to be looking in a not suspicious sort of way. But Endless and Raiden, you notice this individual seems to be wearing a science lab garb. Like they're almost like parachuted pants to some degree that they seem to be wearing that are like that sort of medical white color, but is also wearing this apron that's tied around it that is mostly clean except for in the corners of it you noticed some old bloodstains. Outside of that, the face is nearly concealed, but the glimpse that you guys get of the hand appears to be like a human tone flesh color. Do you want to do anything before the individual reaches the tent flaps? You have, I'll say, just a couple of moments to react.
Are we?
Oh,
Beyond...
let me clarify. These moments that I'm asking for are only accessible by Raiden and Endless because of their perception checks.
Okay.
Raiden just pops his jaw back in place and just waits until he goes in the tent to sneak up to the horse.
Okay, cool. And what about you, Endless?
And Jeffrey are just waiting for
Because
the
you're like
signal.
right next to the tent.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the signal. I've got my one sword ready and my shield ready and Jeffrey ready right with me to spring into action.
Troxy will have one hell of a signal.
I bet. I'm a little disgusted,
Oh,
but
God.
also intrigued.
So, you know what? I'll say this. Sorry, I have pizza in my mouth. If you guys, Fia and Zafriel, the last moment I'll let you guys react. Since you didn't roll the highest of perceptions, you don't have a lot of time to do much. But the individual you now see, essentially, you walked up to the gate by the guards that are on post, and you're now walking back. The individual, by the time you've started walking back, has nearly reached the tent flaps. If you guys want to do anything to react, I'll allow it.
I want to casually, like, walk around, like, back in a circle, by the doors of the tent to act as if I'm guarding the tent.
Ah, okay. Cool. I'm going to have you roll another performance check. Or deception. What about you, Zafriel? What do you want to do?
Can you repeat what you said? I'm sorry.
Basically, before I said you couldn't react because you had too bad of perception scores to notice the individual in enough time because of where you're going on the route. But I'm now allowing you to do one little stint because you've now turned back around from your little like patrol, and you see the individual that you've been anticipating like 5 feet away from the entrance of the tent with intentions of going in. If you want to try and do anything or get into a different position, now's your time to speak up. What was your performance check, Fia?
12.
Great. And Zafir, what do you got?
That's a natural 20 with a 22.
Ooh.
Are you going to be just following in tow with Fia?
Seeing, like, while we were doing the patrol, noticing that Fia looked like she was, you know, more capable of the task than I'm going to follow her lead.
Okay.
And
Fia,
I do it to the best of my ability.
and you've had like 10 minutes of practice now, and you feel like you've been able to really channel what what a leader looks like he should be, which is just totally ironic. But you confidently, like, and proudly sort of stand on the opposite side of the tent flap, near the entrance, like just like right by your foot is the little flap that Endless is sort of peeking out of. With that, the figure enters the tent. Raiden, you sort of get up from your sort of disguise, if you will, and make your way to the horse. What would you like to do?
I'm going to slowly lead the horse away.
Smart.
So,
Also, I don't know if this is meta, but you should see if it's like undead or something, since it was running faster than a regular horse.
well, Raiden, as you approach this horse, as you get closer, this horse probably is like maybe 1.5 feet, 2 feet taller than like a typical horse, you know? Aside from that, its skin is black and its mane is also black. Everything, there's no really hint of any amount of pigment in this horse. It's almost shadow light. And when you approach, I'll allow you to do it in 2 different ways. Do you want to try and use animal handling to lead the horse away, or take like an Arcana approach to this situation with an Arcana check?
I gotta go Arcana, man. This is my bread and butter. That's a 20 dirty.
You sort of hold your hand up, and you begin to sort of like take in its sort of presence and sort of analyze it now that you're this close. And you sort of, as you raise your hand up, you make eye contact with the horse, and for a moment it sort of battles you on the sort of assertiveness of the moment. but it seems to click with you. Whatever amount of connection you've been able to establish, it at least you get the impression is enough for it to trust you and for you to like come near it and do as you may.
Okay, so I lead the horse away.
Keep that shit.
How far away do you want to lead this horse?
Complete out of sight and earshot.
Okay. That might take you some time, but that's possible.
Okay.
Basically, you kind of look out with the moonlight. You're able to determine that the first hill that you go over to out of town going north might be sufficient amount of distance and might, you may be able to get back in a reasonable amount of time.
Okay.
Now, you two, Fia, and you three, notice Raiden going up to the horse, doing some weird magic-y shit. The horse loves him now, and he starts walking away with him.
And he's got a fucking shadow horse.
I know, I was like, this is mine now.
Okay. I need to roll a perception check for Homeboy rolling up to see if he can spot. Oh wait, no, you're in his ear.
I'm in his fucking head.
I'm still going to roll a perception check because like it's I have to. It's just I have to.
The entire time he sleeps, kill John Lennon.
I'm going to say the DC is 24, and he has a +3 to his perception.
If he gets this, I gotta know how the fuck he saw her.
13. He this individual walks in, and it startles it startles Stefan, and he sort of jumps up, and you're sort of rattled around, but like you get sort of lodged in a little bit of earwax, which in a gross way stabilizes you enough not to like fall out of the ear canal. But he sort of rushes up into from his sleep. By the gods, can you at least, I don't know, announce yourself? The figure remains quiet, removes the hood. You see a... boy, it's hard to describe. You if you remember last session, Troxy, when you did your initial inspection as a hare and you kind of ran around the place, and when you initially found the dead group of people you were initially tasked to look for, you saw that like the people that were afflicted with this sort of abomination, sort of like plague, seemed to like still have like a sliver of humanity, enough so for you to like have like an empathetic connection with. The person you look at now, imagine if there had been like 99 different iterations of tests and R&D. The figure you see before you is nearly perfect. He does have a bit of a cleft chin, but aside from that, this gentleman that stands before you has long, like shiny black hair that comes down to the shoulder pad, the shoulders. What would be a pointed chin is sort of cleft and deformed. A pointed sort of nose with elf-like ears that point out with a distinct orange eye. This looks nearly like a perfect abomination. Like, the things that you've seen in the wild the past couple of weeks, this is what they're trying to look like. And as he unveils his hood, I have the next instruction for you. And he just pulls from the little satchel that he has in his arms, pulls out a scroll that's tied simply with a little bit of string, And Stefan, like, without, like, any amount of hesitation, grabs it. Thank you. I will see to it that it is done.
Right then and there, when she like sees this from the ear canal, this perfect abomination, she just hears in the back of her mind, her role model, perfectly disgusting, as she just transforms into Troxy from within his ear canal. And she just, in the air, just does this as she's cantrip Primal Savage to grow the claws and her metal claws. And she just, like, does a sideward surprise attack, like, diagonal slash across its face.
I use message to send to all the group. The signal has been made.
And via that.
Damn.
Okay, give me a second.
And she does yell, "Disgusting!"
Excuse me, Troxy, you in fact pulled off the move that I thought maybe you were talking about earlier.
I expected it.
Via the signal that you get is,
Just
you hear the very unique sound only a cranium that is exploding from the inside out of brain material and blood just splat the inside of the tent and the flap. You even see a little bit of like the jawbone that has part of the eye socket still attached to it just like fall out just like as a chunk of debris. And you hear disgusting as you see just a little, just like, because the flap isn't perfect, you can see just in the crack of light, like this, like, airborne Troxy that's just, like, flying in blood, and, like, the corpse of the man is now, like, shunted beneath her as her form just sort of, like, manifests in the space. I need everyone to roll for initiative.
Do I get a surprise attack?
I'm gonna say you just killing that guy outright was the thing. Like, there's no more amount of surprise this guy can get with, like, suddenly a small halfling girl just, like, here instantly in the space covered in blood.
Fair enough.
In fact, I'm gonna say, like, if unchecked, there's, like, bits of, like, foreign hair in your, dew, and, like, even, like, bits of, like, muscle tissue. It's pretty gross.
Bald
Oh, that's right. Well, it slipped to you like glue, like a stretchy hand.
Fair enough.
I need initiatives from everybody.
14.
That would be an 18.
14.
Who has a higher dex between Trox and Raiden?
Damn. My dex is a 15.
16.
What about you, Fia?
I rolled a 9.
Oh, 9? Oh, boy, dude. What about you, Zafriel?
19.
19. Okay, so Zaf,
Oh god.
Fia.
Just 40 pounds of pure halfling.
Okay.
just inside your skull.
Here we go. At the top of the round, Troxy. You see, as the individual that you stand before, like that stands before you. One thing I wanted to specify though that makes this, not only is he unique because of his near perfection, the skin, like the skin color, now that it's fully revealed, is almost pure white. It's like this sort of like Otsutsuki, like bleach, sort of like whatever you know, white, totally white skin, you know.
Yeah.
You watch his brain material just get splats on his face, and he very casually just like takes his wrist and wipes off his face and sort of slips it off, looks at the ground, like looks at his finger in his hands, looks at you, and with incredible speed, suddenly you are in the grasp of his hand, and he just looks at you square in the eyes, and the intensity of this orange color of the eyes really feels piercing in the moment. And I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw as he casts Hold Person.
Oh, what a bitch. That's 10.
Plus 10?
Yeah, it's a 10.
Oh, 10? Oh, yeah. Suddenly, as he completes his hand around your neck, you immediately feel the sensation of choking and unable to breathe a full breath. As he releases his hand, you just stay in the position you were in as he was strangling you. Just frozen there in the in just the space. Zafril, you're up. Endless, you're on deck.
So she's just hanging in the air, choking?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay.
Almost like you're frozen in that spot in time,
So
you know what I mean?
I'm getting Darth Vader. Alright.
Yeah, essentially.
Pretty much.
Zafriel is going to unsheath his sword, and Fia, you start to notice this white essence just glow from his skin as he goes into a rage and bolts up. Ram goes right into the tent flap and shoves the Holy Avenger up the spine.
And literally all you have to do is open the flap and the person is within your melee range. Please make an attack roll.
And then afterwards, I'm going to slice down the clavicle.
Cool.
Hell yeah. Oh, fuck.
Did you just crit?
Yes, I did.
Oh, fuck.
And the second roll
Kill
is a 25.
Yeah, that hits.
He's about to get fucking brutalized.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah,
dice
funny.
that be rolled. Hold up.
Holy shit, he's just like, does like a badass move. And
Question,
then he just,
are we still trying to capture this person to find out more information, or are we just straight slaughtering them?
Well,
I don't know if they
anyway,
can
Fog of
speak.
War, Fog of War, Fog of War, Fog of War.
the way that things have transpired, I'm not sure that we're gonna have that opportunity.
Yeah.
he's about to get fucking sent.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm thinking.
this poor guy had no idea.
Endless, you're up on deck, by the way.
Okay.
He probably thought it was like some type of assassination attempt. It was just one person, and then he just gets steamrolled from the back.
So, dude, Zafril, I just want to clarify. That spine shit, spine shot, that's your crit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, ouchie.
I also rolled nearly max damage on that.
Holy
Good
shit.
So
lord.
we are going to get... The first strike is 43 damage.
So that would be 86?
No, that's crit.
Oh, okay. I was like,
46?
holy shit.
Okay.
43, and then
Got it. Jesus
is-
Christ.
second is 22, and so combined is 65 points of holy damage.
Yeah, that's a wholly lot of damage.
You watch, did you pump a Divine Smite into that? Oh wait, you're not a paladin, I
no,
forget.
No, but I was able to add an extra d6 because of my barbarian class.
Cool. You shove, you nearly miss a spine. It's like just a half an inch off, and you shove it up through the bottom of the back and sort of like skewer him as you shove it in, pull it out, and you watch as the wound sort of like crackles with like electrical energy, and you go for another slash, and it slices just cleanly down, making a nice X mark at the lower portion of the back. And you just watch him casually look over his shoulder at you in the eyes. Huh. English, your turn.
Shrugging it off. Oh my god.
Wait, is hold person a concentration spell or no?
Oh, it is! He needs to roll a concentration check.
2 of them.
Okay, so the first hit was 43 points of damage, so the DC is 21?
Yeah.
So he needs to roll. Okay, I need to roll a 16 or higher to maintain concentration.
Damn.
He's gonna be between 2 raging barbarians if I get fucking loose.
Oh! I rolled a 14. So the moment he is skewered, it's just enough to throw him off his fucking guard, and Trotsy trot back down, and you are about your person. Didn't expect that to happen. Eggless, you're up. Raiden's on deck.
So it's I want me and Jeffrey to just spring out of our den, out of slides through the tent and pop in.
Sure.
How much movement would that take? Do you think?
I'll say it will take half your movement to do that.
Okay, so once we're inside of the tent, how far away are we from?
So you are basically within. Essentially, you went through the side of the tent. Almost immediately in front of you is this mysterious individual. Outside of the tent, you just see Zafriel finishing his second strike as he pulls back his blade. You see Fia beginning to react as Troxy just stands there recovering from hold person. Any more people in here, and you're probably going to swing at disadvantage because of the cramped space. Until this tent is down or people are out, it's going to be cramped.
Okay,
But you have enough room to attack.
I want Jeffrey to remain outside of the tent then.
Okay.
Until I call him, and then we'll attack.
Fuck yeah. You have your shield and you're using
My
your
longsword.
Longsword? Cool.
That's a 22 to hit.
That fucking hits. Actually, that hits, but right as that would like strike him right in the center of the face, that was going to be a solid hit. You watch him just like hold up his hand real slow like as he uses his reaction to cast shield.
Damn.
So you still have your second attack if you'd like to use it.
I do.
But now his AC is 23.
Yeah, that would be an 11.
You go for a second strike, and the shield is, once that arcane protection isn't quite enough to pierce through it, it just sort of sparks and bounces off. Now, you have movement if you want to move away from the tent, or you can stay in place.
I'll take a few steps back.
Okay.
You're like, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't mean no beef.
You as you take a couple steps back to like reassess, like what the fuck, the heel of your foot kicks a little bit of a barrel and it throws off your guard just for a second, and this individual takes that a moment. Oh wait, no, he uses reaction to cast shield. Never mind.
Yep.
He can't use it. He can't do the attack of opportunity. Never mind. So you move away. We'll say you're now about 10 feet away from the tent.
Okay.
Raiden, you're up. Troxy's on deck.
You're such a nice horse. I think I'll name you Momo.
At this point in the initiative, Raiden, because of the time that could have passed realistically, we'll say that you've been able to get the horse to the point that we had established earlier. And if you use your action to dash, you'll have enough movement to get yourself back. I mean, enough space to get yourself back to the action, but wouldn't, be able to have your action to, like, attack or whatever.
That's fucking terrifying. Could you imagine if you just, like, clothesline someone at that speed?
So it's up
I
to you.
can
What do you
move
want to do?
120 feet with a spell in 6 seconds, so I could clothesline a motherfucker.
I don't know what damage we roll for someone.
And I also weigh 800 pounds, so add that to the equation of that 120 feet in 6 seconds.
So what will it be, Raiden? Do you want to use your action to dash to get back to the action, or do you want to move and then cast a spell or do whatever?
Kind of like, does he even know the fighting's happening?
Yeah, you can hear commotion for sure.
Okay.
I mean, you're far away, but you're not far away enough to hear that shit's going down.
I should pass a message out to everybody.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. He'll tie the horse down, like to a tree, like its reins or whatever,
Sure. Okay.
because he wants to come back later to it.
Okay.
And he'll. Let me look at the spell, because I kind of just want to do this now. Fuck it, he'll do Expeditious Retreat and go 120 feet straight through the tent into this individual and just clothesline him with a fist.
Okay. Cool. All right. So this is how I'm gonna do it. Basically, just like before, like little metallic vents are like opened at the behind your calves, and there's like amounts of steam just like pour out like in at a high pressure, and you just chugga your way the fuck over to the tent, and with your fucking metal mass, I'm gonna just have him roll a dex save. We're gonna say, let's put the DC at 15. If he can beat, if he doesn't fail, if he fails, he'll take some damage and be knocked prone. But if he doesn't fail, he'll take half the damage and not be knocked prone.
Do me and Zephyr need a roll too?
Zephyr might need to roll a dex save. Troxy, you might be okay, depending on the angle of it.
You literally just.
But actually, you know what? Like, Zephyr is in front of the tent, but he's not necessarily taking up the entrance, because there's technically like a 5-foot amount of square feet. So, conceivably, there's enough room for him to pass through. So I'm going to say no dex save for... we're just going to roll it for the bad guy.
Julio?
That's going to be a 16. So, he'll take half the damage, not be knocked prone. But go ahead and since you moved a full 120 feet, let's just say like
800 pounds of mass.
Let's just say like 4d6 of bludgeoning damage.
Holy shit.
So yeah, you just hear this dung 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 dung, and the tent just disappears. Like it's just, and the tent's gone.
Fuck yeah,
the
dude.
guy is just, you just hear like kind of like a car just smacking in the flesh. It's like a.
You make a good point, which makes me think the individual may be taking half the damage, but this is also going to be considered siege damage as far as the tent's concerned. So if you roll high enough in damage, we'll just fucking take the whole fucking tent down.
Okay.
I'd like to think hearing all the footsteps coming up, Zafriel just steps to the side and holds the tent flap open.
He's like,
Yeah.
Like, come on in.
That's 9 damage.
Fuck yeah, dude. Alright, wait, 9 damage total?
Yeah. It
Okay.
was 4d6, right? Yeah.
Yes, so the guy, as he
Terrible rolls.
shoom right into him, you hear the toong of something hitting metal, and you pull your arm back, and you vaguely see the shape of his brow in your armor, and he seems to just be like looking you straight in the face, just like, what's up, you're here now.
you're here now. Pool's open, water's fine.
Let me see. Then Pot's gonna hit him.
Go for it.
Let me see. Now I'm in range. What Pot could do? Just to check.
Fia, you're up on deck.
Let's see if I have any spells that are at the range of touch.
You're within 10 feet of him. You're like right outside the tent with Afril. Say it one more time. What was that?
Just looking to see if I had any spells that were the range of touch that were damaging, but I don't.
Well, technically, how the rules are written, if you use your action to cast a spell,
Yeah.
the only other way to cast a spell is if its casting time is a bonus action and it's a cantrip. Otherwise, you need to be a sorcerer.
The homunculus as a bonus action, and it can do an action as a touch spell of mine.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I didn't know that. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have any damaging ones, so he's just gonna hit him with like a little pure ball of magic, a force strike.
Cool. You see him like scooch his little butt close to the bottom of his pot, close to the ground, and you see like a little ball of dark energy charging up, and he's like struggling to hold it in the top, and he lets off his lid, and it shoots out like a little poppet firework.
That's adorable.
Let's see. So that's 14.
14 to hit. You watch as the blast of energy just like bounces off the robe that he was wearing, which is just enough force damage to like rip it off. And you notice now that like the sort of like whatever garments he must have been wearing under his robe have now been torn with the energy, and all that's left are his white puffy parachute like scientific looking white pants and just like a serious six-pack. Like, this guy is fucking ripped. Like, he had pecs, you see his traps sticking out, like he's very toned. With that, Fia, you're up on and you know what? The tent is like one smidgen away from being like knocked over. At this point, it's only holding itself up because of the odd angle it's been able to fall in on itself. Fia, you're up. Then it's the bad guy's turn.
Wait, is it my turn?
Oh, Troxy, sorry. Troxy, you're up, then Fia, my bad. The red is not as bright on the marker board.
You're good. So Troxy just like does like a Wolverine stance as she lets out a bear roar as her fangs grow and her claws grow a primal savage.
Cool.
After she does primal savage, she's gonna go into a rage and she'll roar again, and then she's gonna do a reckless attack. And
cool.
she'll
Fuck
have
yeah.
her primal savage claws with the metal claws, with reckless attack and with four things with rage on top of it.
Cool, so roll with advantage. And tell me what all that means.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, that's a lot of words. What are you doing?
I'm ready. Tell me. Give it to me. Did you roll something nice?
Nat 20, baby.
Hey!
Oh,
Fuck
yes.
yeah. Give me the damage.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, so I gotta look at. Let me see here. Get on my notes. Okay, so I get a +1 magical slashing damage, so that gives me a +1. Okay, there's that. Then, so with my primal savage, it's a d10.
Mm-hmm.
But with reckless attack, let me see here. Oh, okay, I get a +2 melee damage.
Yeah. Reckless attack is just at advantage, that's all.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Perfect. Okay, so let's go back to attack. We'll roll 2d10. Okay. Not that one. Not that one. Oh, here it is. Okay. 2d10 is the like where it has like 20 and 80, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's 30. And that's 10. So that would be, I'm guessing, 40 damage.
Wow.
And then if you add the crit to that, that would be 80 damage.
Wait, hold on. So the primal savage dice damage,
Oh wait.
the weapon damage,
When
and
you do a 2d10, when you get like a 30, it's just a 3, right?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
just a 3.
Oh.
You only count the 0 if he calls for a D100 roll.
Okay, sorry, I'm high.
no, it's okay. I like it around 4. Like I just 80. I think that something in the math was wrong.
Yeah, no, I got now. I rolled a 13. I got a 3, and then I got the 100. So then that would be 13,
13.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then doubled would be 26.
That, and then,
Yeah, so
but
26.
then you add your +2 from the
You need
rage. Tommy. Then, so after the 13, you double that to 26. Then you add your +2 from your rage, +1 from your magical weapon, and then your dex or strength, whatever modifier you're using on top of that, and that's the crit.
Holy shit, okay.
Yeah, because the crit only doubles the dice, and then you add your additives after.
Okay, so help me here with this. So 13.
13 times 2.
So
Just-
26.
That's 26. Plus 2
Plus-
from rage, 28. Plus 1 from magic weapon, 29. And then, is it dex or strength that you're going off of for
Strength still +2.
+2? So
31?
31 for the first strike. Fuck
Yeah.
yeah.
And when she hits, she's gonna jump in the air and then just bring down her claw across the back of his head. Or where's what's facing me? Or
He would be facing you.
okay, so she does it right across his face, and then at the same time, electricity will like flash from her like eyes and body as she does call lightning from her gauntlet. I mean, from her ability.
Fuck the. Oh, I think that. Was it an
Once
action
per
or a
day.
bonus action to use that?
It's my weapon. On hit, once per day, I can cast call lightning.
Oh, well, fuck yeah. That's a dex save. What, did I give you a dex save initially, or did we, for the weapon, or is it just the same as your own DC? Let's just use your own DC. What is your spell save DC?
13.
So that's a dex save of 13. That's a 24. He passes, but he'll still take half damage.
Okay. Let me see here. Okay.
Not epic enough.
Okay.
A lot better.
It's a level 3 call lightning, so it's 3d10.
Oh, dude, I love a spell that rolls d10s, man. It just feels more beefy.
8. So that's 8. That's 2. And that is 6. So 8 plus 2 is 10. So 16 extra damage on the
Fuck yeah.
on the 31. So that'd be
That's
47.
16 halved because he passed, so that'll
that's
be
right,
8.
yep.
Okay.
So 39.
That was a fucking solid hit. You watch as you scrape across, as you describe, and the second you land from that attack, you watch as the claws begin to crackle with lightning, and out of the corner of your eye, you see a bead of light just zip up to the sky, and moments later, a large lightning bolt just comes and strikes the tent, and you watch as the figure gets just lit up like a Christmas tree. The tent is now obviously destroyed, and the portions that were flammable and not destroyed from the blast of lightning are now on fire. That was gnarly. You watch as the smoke clears from the lightning, anime style. You watch as his face begins to be revealed, still standing tall and composed, except You see a crack that has formed from the top of his forehead that goes down to the bottom of his chin and stops about to his neck. But the crack looks like almost as if porcelain were to be cracked. It looks like he's hollow.
Damn.
Fia, you're up.
I have a question for you really fast.
Yeah. Basically, dispel magic is like, for example, if like a higher level spell were to be cast, to dispel it without having to like roll to beat it, if you casted the level of dispel magic at that level or higher, it just automatically patoots it. Otherwise, you would just have to try and roll and see if you can break it. What were you wanting to use dispel magic on? Interesting. Okay. Oh. No one can hear you.
Alright, I'm gonna give Dispel Magic a shot.
Okay. Cool. Cool. So go ahead and roll a spellcasting check for me. That's just going to be a d20 plus your charisma. Yes.
And proficiency, right?
No, not for this. This is just a spellcasting check.
22.
Oh my god, dude. In my head, I was like, it needs to be a high DC. Should I make it 25? I'm like, no, that's a little too high. That means a nat 20 only. I'm like, maybe 21. And then you're like, 21. Fuck, that's enough for me, dude. So you watch as you hold your hand out and you produce a flame that concentrates down into like a small torch-like cone. And you watch as it starts to manipulate the crack that's in the neck that you can see from standing behind him. And you watch as you just play into that. And the crack just... And you hear the figure just... The first time he's even heard or made any sound at all. You watch as the crack develops a little bit further, nearly going under his armpit, and his whole arm falls off and shatters like glass, porcelain if you will, on the ground. And he just turns around and whips the meanest look you've ever received. You have a bonus action and movement if you'd like to do anything else.
I may not have any bonus actions, just a sec. I'm gonna use a sorcery point.
Yes, you
I think
are.
it's 2. I think it's 2 to cast one as a bonus.
Yes, that's exactly.
spell?
Twin spell?
No, I don't have that one, but to cast it as a bonus action so I can cast another spell.
What's the meta magic called?
Like quicken spell?
It's
or
quicken
something?
spell, yeah, and
Ah.
it's 2 sorcery points.
So what spell would you like to cast as a bonus action?
Hold on, I'm looking. I'll do Burning Hands at 2nd level.
Okay, fuck, yeah. So I'm gonna need bad guy and truck.
I also will cast it at... Can I double up on sorcery points? Because I can cast it careful too. So they
Yeah.
don't have to do a dex save.
Yeah. You can, that's exactly what careful spell is for.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do that then. I'll cast it careful so they don't have to save.
So, I'll roll a dex save real quick from bad guy. Oh fuck, that's a fail. That's a fail with a 14. So, you watch Troxy. Go ahead and roll your damage. Troxy,
Thea.
Oh my gosh, sorry, my bad, Fia. Trotsy, the tent that was destroyed and burnt up has partially covered you just because of the immense size and your small form. And you watch as the figure in front of you starts to be lit up like flames, and it's an awful visage. What a sight to see a man losing most of his like chest and neck and arm and functioning as if he's just there. As the flames come up to you, you go to shield your arms, but then you notice like that magic bubble of fire just kind of reflects right off of you.
Nice.
I'd like to absorb elements as a reaction.
You fucking may.
Hell yeah.
Well,
Give it a
actually,
whirl.
it won't actually work because she used meta magic to make it so you wouldn't be affected by the spell in the first place.
That's fair.
Next time I'll disclude you since you can do that.
Can I choose to get hit?
No,
Like
not
carelessly
in this,
walk into it?
not in this
Oh,
case.
okay.
Like she literally
It just warps
manipulated
around,
the
okay.
magic to not do that.
Ah, gotcha.
Fuck yeah! How much damage was it?
Do I add my modifier or spell attack to it?
You can add your charisma modifier to it.
Okay, so it'll be 20 total.
Holy shit. Okay. Wow. You watch the figure now, surrounded, almost entirely surrounded by the Fellowship of the Standing Bear. He just looks at all of you. And he just kind of floats up off the ground, and his feet dangle limply below him. As he just has one arm just rising up on this to his side. He only gets about 4 feet in the air before looking around to the lot of you. I've heard of the Fellowship and your strength is immense. And you just watch his teeth grit with a shit-eating grin. But we may have time later. And he's going to cast Dimension Door.
Oh fuck.
What did you say?
You watch as he just, above his head, puts his hand up flat for his palm. And you watch a dark, almond, shadowy portal similar to the ones you guys seen the dark-plated individual that you fought at the tower use. And he just begins to slowly float back up.
Does he cast it on somebody?
No, he's casting Dimension Door so he can bamf out.
No, I understand. There's just a lot of damage that can happen if Dimension Door goes on to somebody.
No, he's like above his head, like he's floating up into it.
Okay, cool.
And Troxy attempt to jump and grab him.
So I was just about to say, technically, Fia, Zafriel, everyone except for Endless is close enough to be able to get an attack of opportunity before this fucker goes away. So if you want to try and get your last bit of damage in, this is now the time.
I'm gonna do Hellish Rebuke. Oh, he didn't give me damage actually, so I don't think that counts.
Zafriel is going to swing up his Holy Avenger and try to stab him. You're not getting away!
Roll for an attack. Troxy, did you want to make roll for an attack?
I do. Troxy's gonna jump up and try to she's gonna like
It can't be short of anything but an attack.
oh, I can't grab him.
No, it won't be able to grab.
Can I cast Hold Person?
Not as in a reaction. If you had the Warcaster feat, you could. But no.
23.
21.
Those both hit.
Give me one quick second.
I'm not gonna ask to recant this damage, but I didn't add my plus 2d10 from Holy Avenger on my crit.
Oh no, go ahead. We can retroactively add it. You need all that you can. Because like you guys are going to have to deal a significant amount of damage if you want him to be not leaving.
I assume you can't do spells as a opportunity, right?
No, but if you had the Warcaster feat, you could.
Okay.
Let me see if
I
I
might
do.
pick it up eventually. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a nice feat to have as a spellcaster.
Yeah.
But
I smacked him with 30 points of damage.
oof, that's a solid hit.
I hit him with 11.
Okay, so we're at 41 points of damage so far. Troxy.
Okay, yep, yeah, okay, Troxy is just gonna, she's just gonna scream like a bear again as she just, she like squats as like her whole body just like flexes like a solid muscle and veins pop out, and she just launches herself with the claws, with her primal savage claws out and the metal claws out, going just straight into him.
Ayah, roll for an attack.
Ayah!
So basically, the only option you'll have is attacking with like one of the weapons you have on your person.
Here, I get primal savage +5, so that is going to be a 23 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
Awesome. Here. I gotta roll the weapons damage, and then I gotta roll. So what do I roll for my weapons damage? Because I'm also using primal savage as well.
Let me read primal savage real quick because I need to be a little more familiar. Because then I'll be able to find
What would you
out.
say?
Oh, I'm just I was just saying I think I need to read primal savagery real quick. Oh, but my internet is taking forever.
This motherfucker's pulled the mind flayer trick from my campaign. God damn it.
Anyways.
Although he didn't use dimension.
Oh, jeez, hold on.
It's instantaneously.
Oh yeah, do you want to just read me the spell? My internet's being so slow right now.
You're fine. You channel primal magic to cause your teeth or fingernails to sharpen, ready to deliver a cohesive attack. Make a melee spell attack against one creature within 5 feet of you. On hit, the target takes 2d10 acid damage.
Cool. So you'll add. So your weapon damage will be whatever your weapon damage is for the claws, plus 2d10 from primal savagery, and then after that you'll add your +1 from the magical weapon, +2 from the rage, and then plus your dex mod.
Okay, so what are we doing for my claws damage? It just says +1 magic slashing damage.
Let's call it a d6. That sounds about right.
How many?
Just a d6.
A d6? Okay, cool. Okay, so that's 4 plus the 1 would make it a 5.
Cool.
And then that's 8. And that is 7.
Man, you're getting some fucking gnarly rolls tonight, man.
5.
I just realized I was on mute. You're fucking getting some gnarly rolls tonight. I love it.
Yeah, especially after the last 2 campaigns, my rolls were not the hottest. It's been nice today. So 5 plus 8 is 13. Plus 7 is 22. And then you do the +1 for rage.
+2 for rage.
+2 for rage makes it a 24, and then +2 with strength makes it 26.
Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Raiden, did you already make your strike? I can't remember. Oh yeah, you did. Fia, did you? It was your turn.
I don't think I have much I can do.
I can't remember. Did you set up with like some daggers or some axes and shit or something? Oh, you know what? I know that we did that at some point. Maybe I just fucked up. If you want, we can say that you have like a dagger or an axe on your person. Like we for sure talked about that before. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. What would that be?
It's just gonna be just roll a d20 plus
Dex. and
dex
then-
plus proficiency.
Then damage is a D4 plus Dex.
That's gonna be 21.
That hits. Go ahead and roll a d4 plus your dex modifier.
Eight.
Okay. Right as you all try to get your last little you watch as he just lets down below. And he just continues to laugh as you watch his feet just right in the portal as it closes. And right as that happens, hey, you, what the fuck? You just hear like a rousel of guards now coming towards your direction. And in just a few moments, 5 or so of the guards have awoken from their tents, and the 2 that were on guard from the gate come rushing up. This all happening in a blink of a fucking eye. Not one of them seems to be like willing to take enough accountability in the situation to be in charge, but they all are there and are like, what's happening?
I do wanna say, if this changes anything, I never put the helmet back on. So I'm just sitting there
Okay.
with this undead face.
It's so far it hasn't affected anything, but thank you
I-
for reminding me.
I say to the party, grab what you can. I'm gonna make us an opening.
Oh yeah, I make a straight beeline for the horse.
I am going to cast Gust of Wind.
Okay, you watch. Oh, go ahead, please.
Say,
Hold on, let Trotsu chime in.
Proxy's gonna grab the letter or what he was given before she made his head pop off.
Okay. You actually see the corpse is still holding it in its hand.
You see Zafriel starting a kata, spinning his blade faster and faster and faster as you just see like this huge burst of wind just exit the tent.
To help Zafriel, I can also cast something when he's done.
Everybody within a 60-foot line and 10 feet wide needs to make a strength saving throw of 14.
So you're channeling this gust of wind towards these dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, that's 11.
Okay. They are going to be pushed back. Let's see. They're going to be flung off their feet 15 feet back. And any amount of movement towards me is halved.
You see that all the guys that were there just to try and assess the situation, you instinctively pull out your blade and you start doing it at such a fast speed that your blade begins to sing and vibrate, much like almost like what's it called? Those like little whirly-doos you have when you go to soccer games. It just sings in the air, and right as it hits the highest pitch it could possibly make, you just see huge cuts of air being formed, and suddenly it's just this large dust, and you watch all of them. They fly back, and you see Undyne actually does a flip. Several of them land on the tents. Some of the tents themselves have been destroyed and blown off as well. If this is a moment, this is the time. How did you want to add to that, Fia?
I think we actually got rid of the spell I thought I had. It was Firewall, or whatever that's called.
Oh, that would have
yeah.
been such a cool combo, like fire
I
spiral,
know,
Avatar style.
right? I know.
With that, Zafra, you look. Now's the time to go. You already see Raiden. You already see Raiden running towards the direction of where he put the horse.
And I motion over with my free hand to the Fellowship over in Raiden's direction, and I sprint off.
Proxy turns into a cheetah and just
Fuck yeah.
hauls out.
Endless and Fia, you're the last two to stay there. You stay just long enough to start to see some of the guards that were blown back start to get up. Do you want to do anything before you dart out?
No, I'm just gonna follow them, running.
Jeffrey, you're just gonna follow.
Okay. You guys begin to run in the middle of the night. You get over the first hill and you see Raiden now. Is this horse that he has. Raiden, with your Arcana check from before, the essence of this horse is magical and not actually a physical thing in a like in the context of it like existing in the world. It's physical in the sense you can touch, but it's not real. This horse effectively could be used by you and it wouldn't like be affected by the weight of your armor.
Ooh. Hell yeah, dude. He just hops on that horse and yeah. Whoosh.
When you yaw, it like neighs, but dude, like imagine if you picked up a horse from hell. Imagine like the sort of like exhilarating amount of adrenaline that just kind of goes down your bleach white spine as it sort of neighs and echoes that really resonates something really close to home, even if it's like not something you catch up on specifically. As you ride off, the rest of the fellowship continues on. Do you guys want to go back to where you guys were stationed up before, talking to Captain Steven?
I think we're gonna take our leave as far as we can go for right now. Right? Anybody else?
Yeah, it's probably a little risky to go back that close.
Okay. So, if you wouldn't mind turning down the music to something a little more nightimey, I would appreciate it.
Of course,
But-
gotcha.
We'll say for the next like hour or so, you guys travel. Not really being able to keep up the best of pace with Raiden, but he's acknowledging that no one else is on the mountain, is sort of staying within the area.
What about my cheetah form?
Oh, yo, aside from you, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, dude, you're just hightailing it, and honestly, you're not really gonna have to run at a full clip because you're trying to keep in mind the rest of the slow ass people you have in your party.
She kind of like runs like kind of backwards in front of the horse and kind of plays like a cat and mouse game with them while running.
I love it. I love it. We'll say after an hour of treading through the night, you get a far enough distance to feel safe that like if someone were to be coming after you from Winshire, you'd have well enough time to see him coming. Instinctively, one of you builds a fire. It is kind of chilly tonight, but now that the adrenaline of the chase and the run has been complete, you're all starting to feel the shivers come in as that sort of springtime night is just a little chilly here in the Empire. What we will all like to do.
Troxy will ask, I know it might be cold for all of you. I can make a den for all of us underneath the ground where it kind of insulates itself. It'd be warmer and we'd be hidden.
Sure.
And she'll use mold earth to make a big enough den to fit, not maybe all of them, but
Closing your mic. Riley just pieced the fuck out. Try closing Discord.
oh, okay.
What were we saying, Claire? Sorry, go on.
No, you're okay. So she's gonna use mold earth to make a hole in the ground big enough to fit all of them, and then she'll close the top off and make the little small vents for the oxygen flow. And she'll just cuddle up next to Gilgamesh inside the ground as it looks flat on top.
Okay. I'd say everyone could fit in there except for Raiden if he remained in his armor, but
course.
more or less.
Speaking of, he says it's nice to meet everyone face to face.
And actually now, Troxy and Fia, I think, are the only members who weren't aware of his identity. Now that you've sort of been able to sort of calm down and collect yourself, you realize that Raiden isn't wearing his helmet, and goddamn, that's a skeleton.
She'll look at him and eyes kind of wide, and then she'll look at Zephyral. It doesn't see him smiting him. And then just kind of looks back and just goes, "Oh, nice to meet you as well. The white in your bone really makes your armor pop out.
You're too kind. You're too kind.
I like the finger guns. It's funny.
That is her signature, is finger guns.
I put an image of my idea for that horse. Is that fine? I put in the image of what I thought the horse might look like in the voice chat thingy.
Oh, okay, let's see.
I'm trying to
I don't
look
know,
at
you
the
said
chat
hell
is what's
horse.
making me freeze for some reason.
Yeah, I was thinking something like that, but less blue-white flames for the mane. It actually does still have hair. It's just black. The whole horse is black, but if you were to take a closer look, there is a bit of a texture to the skin, as if it was shadowy. But from a distance, it just looks like a very black horse. Also, it's the size of the Empire State Building. It's 2 feet taller than a normal horse.
Ooh, nice. Little skelly hell horse. I like it.
More or less. With that, though, everybody.
Can't hear you.
Oh, hold on, my thing's being weird.
That's what she said.
It's his turn to be frozen now.
This
Okay,
is
can you hear me
my
now?
horse. His name is Momon.
Moments.
Momon. So, as you guys sort of sit around the fire, still sort of processing and reflecting on this encounter that you have, Troxy, you unveil the scroll that you had taken off of Captain Stefan's corpse. Reading through the letter, you notice that there are specific instructions in which to lay the salt in a pattern throughout the town of Winshire, and on the back of the paper, you notice that there's a small diagram indicating what this shape should look like, and it's not 1-to-1, but is very similar to the sigil that popped up on the respirator masks and that showed up in the tower that you had visited prior. And below all this, you see just written in the same signature as before, the initials Professor, but it's shortened PROF, HL.
She'll pull out the other letters, and she'll actually kind of scoot over inside the den underground, and hand the letters over to Zephyriel. I found these in his tent on his person. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna go back there. I'm gonna destroy the salt. If you're okay with that, sir.
Raiden, the initials ring a bell as you look at the signature specifically.
Oh, he was outside the den. He can't fit.
Oh, well, I mean, okay, sure, why not? Never mind.
Raiden, the person you had spoke of shares the initials that are shown on this paper. I hand him over the parchment.
Yeah, I left the den open. I didn't close it yet.
Oh,
he just can't fit in with his.
Yeah, he's just chilling, just sitting. Like I imagine he's sitting with his legs. You know how you sit at the edge of a pool, dangling your legs? He's just doing that.
Right.
the whole-
Okay.
He's just doing that. He's just like,
Okay.
nee.
She'll close it when they go to bed so they can
Okay.
hide.
My legs. Anyways, it does kind of match their name. I guess to catch everyone else up, my creator is unknown to me. I'm not sure what they look like or sound like, but I do remember their name, Hermione Littlefoot, and by the initials HL, it seems like this might be that person.
It's a weird name. Hermione. Is she a halfling? It also sounds like it could be a halfling name. We have weird names, and we know they're weird because I'm a halfling and they're weird. I mean,
And Trotsy, if any of us go back, we all need to go back.
but I can get in there in and out without being seen.
Were the didn't he say the salts were like on weird? I don't think they're in the village. They're like scattered away from it, aren't they?
No, they are within like the town, but they was just deposited way in the back in a big old pile.
Okay.
I can't believe he got away.
At least we have clues, sir. We have clues at least. A name.
Yes,
A lead.
A date.
We also know when she's gonna come back.
if she comes back, now that wherever he teleported off to.
Yeah. Who
He's
knows
She'll have
what
to come
we'll
back
know.
eventually. She's doing some sort of spell here.
You're right. Sorry, let me compose myself.
Not entirely. I think Troxy's onto something. If you destroy the components, the spell shouldn't work.
I'll go in there. I'll moonbeam the salt deposit, and then I'll transform back and get here immediately. I'm pretty fast. I'm just saying. She's just kind of like drugs.
I don't doubt your ability, Trotsy. I just worry the way that events have unfolded. That's about as solid of a plan as we've got. But we do need to stay close enough by. Just in case if we do get a surprise visit from Professor.
Troxy, can you turn someone else into an animal or just yourself?
Just myself. It's an experience. Hard to explain unless you can do it. But yes, only myself.
You kind of can relate via the if you were fully rested, you in your arsenal, you'd be able to, with your polymorph spell, be able to transform anybody into just about anything.
I could go with Troxy then. If we get a full rest, I could polymorph into something and be able to burn the salt. I don't know if that will work, but we can try it.
Okay. This isn't a lost cause yet.
We can do this. We just need some sleep. And she just kind of rubs her blinded eye or disfigured eye and yawns a little bit and snuggles up to Gilgamesh.
And I'm not entirely sure for the people, but maybe moving them would not be the worst idea. Remove them from the dark, magical, infested tents might improve their condition, if only slightly. And it would also disperse the people so they could not be used into this ritual.
It looks like we have a plan then. destroy the components, and try to get back into the city. You think?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have one group
Aye.
go and destroy the components, and the other group goes back into the city.
And as the Fellowship, in the wee hours of the night, plan their means of foiling whatever could be planning to take place here, you all gaze up to the moon that seems just nearly full. Just needs to tip over the edge, and just for a moment, all of you just see an orange hue come from the moon, similar to that of the eye color of the foe you just fought. With plans to save Winshire, next time we'll pick up to see how it goes down.
Oh.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
That was
Hey, that was some good shit, guys.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Wow, way.
the dice gods
yeah.
loved me today. It was nice.
It was
I mean-
a fucking awesome session.
Man, I really wanted to recant that damage, but I missed out on 4d10 damage on that crit.
Yeah.
Ah, dude, I'm sorry.
No,
Next
that's
time.
fine. I know you said that I could recant it. I just felt real scummy for adding 4d10 to my last roll.
Who cares? It's just a bunch of dice. But like,
It's all rock.
I think tonight was awesome. We got some nice character moments between party members, and
Oh yeah.
like, I also thought it was really fun to play a super badass guy who, like, wasn't really affected by what you guys had to output until like right towards the end. That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
I liked being the whole whatever, what's up.
Dude, he was awesome.
Anyways, my brain's going to explode, and I'm trying to debate if I should have one more shot or not. So,
Oh god.
Real quick, before we all bamf out of here, the next campaign should be mine
Yes.
that's scheduled.
Hell
that's right.
yeah.
Let me double check my schedule.
Cannot wait to play my warlock. I am such in love with a dynamic. Oh my
I
god.
need to think more on this character I have. My girlfriend's
Yeah.
excited too.
Yeah.
Me and Bob's
If-
characters are best friends. Yes.
If there are any changes that you would like to make, please let me know. I know it was just the first session, and we had to kind of cram it in after a session 0. But Colton and Riley, if you want to get with me at some point to work out the characters,
Sure.
and we'll do that. But I had a lot of fun tonight, and
Same.
like I was saying at the break, it was the amount of climax you're able to put into these sessions. I think that's the cherry on top with your DM style, man.
Hell
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
You
always
just keep constant anticipation no matter what scenario we're in.
Yeah. Well, hey, I try to make it super and
All right.
Anyways,
On the schedule note, also, we're gonna be out of town next time it's Colton's turn.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
everybody just keep
Yeah.
that in mind.
so we'll
Okay.
do
All 3 of us will be.
Oh, okay. So then we'll just do oh wow, that's
yeah, we're going camping. Sorry.
that's fair. Okay, yeah, no, that's awesome. I
We'll
will
work it
go
out.
camping.
Well, I sure do seriously think you guys are like the awesomest guys in the world. I just
yeah.
watched the last season finale of fucking Stranger Things, and it got me pumped
Nice.
with the power of friendship. And
Don't say anything yet.
I
Don't say
won't.
anything yet.
Yeah.
I won't. The power of friendship is real, and it's real in this group. I love you guys.
Oh, we love you too.
We love you,
Oh,
Cole.
I'll
love
see you guys later.
Good night.
Bye.
Night.
Uh,